yeah. Let's go Tuesday. Is this LeBron Tuesday? Doesn't LeBron do Taco Tuesday with his family?
Taco Tuesday!
LeBron Tuesday. I don't know. Marcus and I were just saying right before we came on the air, dude, and we say this every time with the NBA. Bro, my head hurts. My head hurts trying to figure out mid-level non-taxpayer exceptions. Nobody enjoys it. Just tell me, is he coming or is he not coming? And is Anthony Davis coming or not? I know Kristaps Porzingis is coming, and that happened since we last signed off. I also know that the Giants will do everything to convince you that they can just play bad baseball, whether it's forgetting the count from a base runner who thinks that the inning is over and trots off a bag when the inning's not over, or whether it's a pitcher and a manager not communicating about a pitch count. Oh boy, they find new ways to reinvent themselves. At least that's easy to figure out. Like you can watch with your eyes. Oh, hey, the Giants suck, and they're terrible at communicating, and they're really amateurish in a lot of ways. That's easy to see with your eyes. What's not easy to see with your eyes is the non-taxpayer mid-level exception, frickin' Porzingis, Draymond, blah, 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 blah. But either way, both storylines bring us to today, Tuesday, June 30th, 2026. So, Marcus, that's what we got on our plate today, buddy. And good morning. Happy Tuesday.
Well, Murph, happy Taco Tuesday. I would love to have some tacos on my plate today as we're trying to mix and match all the moves that the Warriors can make or won't make to potentially get LeBron James so that we can celebrate a Taco Tuesday. But hell, maybe I should just go out and get some tacos tonight because it is a Taco Tuesday. Mexico's playing tonight in the World Cup, and it was one hell of a day between World Cup matches yesterday. So we could talk a little football if you don't want to talk some second tax aprons.
That's another one that's easy to see with your eyes. You know what I mean? Just put the ball at 10 feet or however many meters in front of the goal, step back about a few steps, let the heartbeat go through into your throat, and then either choke or make the goal. These penalty shootouts, listen, a tale as old as time since they've instituted them. I don't know when they instituted them first, maybe back in the 80s, 70s, 60s, I don't know. But every World Cup it comes up. Should a intergalactically important global competition be decided on something as wonky as penalty kicks, you can take one side of the argument, you can take the other side of the argument. Either way, they're here to stay, and there's no denying this. Incredible drama.
Oh, high quality entertainment. And we had two shootouts yesterday with penalty kicks that ended in high drama.
With two European powers getting ousted. Germany gone from Paraguay. By the way, the U.S. called Germany, dude, Paraguay? That's the team we slapped around.
Yeah, I don't got no problems with Paraguay.
4-1. But what do you mean going to a shootout with Paraguay? I know it wasn't Germany's best team, but still, anytime you see Germany get ousted by a Paraguay, you're a little shocked. And then you go into the evening last night and Morocco, Netherlands. Now, Morocco and Netherlands are both, I believe they're both ranked in the top 10 in FIFA, right? So that was more of a heavyweight versus heavyweight battle, whereas Paraguay versus Germany. In fact, I read that Paraguay knocking out Germany by FIFA World Rankings is the fourth largest upset in World Cup history.
Wow.
Yeah. Two of the three above them. Do you guys remember the 0-2 Cup in South Korea?
Oh, can't say I do, Murph.
Do I lose you guys on that one?
Yeah, you might lose me in the
Really?
0-2
You were
Cup.
10?
Yeah, I was, but I don't know if I'm boned up on my 0-2 South Korea World Cup knowledge.
The one where Roy Keane and Ireland imploded? You don't know that whole story?
No, I don't think I do.
They made a movie about it called Saipan. Roy Keane, a great soccer player for Manchester United, one of the great players, Ireland's greatest player ever. Shout out Georgie Best. Anyway, huge drama where he left the team. It would be like, Flo Balogun just leaving the team, although Flo Balogun times 10 because Roy Keane was a huge star. He had a huge dispute with the manager and split. He took off. Like, all of a sudden, hey, man, where's Aaron Judge? He took off. He just left. He left the team.
Was it like similar to like Barrett Robbins going down to Mexico?
No, because that was a sad personal.
Yeah, that was.
No, this was a guy who's so freaking headstrong and disagreed with his manager's tactics so much. He's like, I can't play for you. I'm out. That was incredible.
Pulling the plug.
And it was incredible. And Ireland actually had a chance to maybe make the round of 8 or something. Anyway, the point is in 0-2, South Korea hosted, and they actually made a run all the way to the Final Four. It was shocking because it was like, what? South Korea, what? And they had 2 of the 3 upsets along the way that were bigger than last night's Paraguay-Germany. So that's how big the Paraguay-Germany upset was. You enjoy the penalty kicks.
I do. I think it creates like a lot of intense moments. I mean, literally everything boils down to a one-on-one matchup. Whether or not you agree that soccer should boil down to a one-on-one matchup, I don't care. I was there for the entertainment. Now, I will say having Germany in Walt's FIFA pool, I was a little kind of disappointed, but I also have Paraguay. So I got a winner either way, but I do think that Germany had a better chance of winning the World Cup this year than Paraguay. But let's see. I got Paraguay and Morocco in Walter's World Cup pool, so I had two penalty kick winners last night.
Yeah. Bad news for you in Paraguay, buddy. You're probably playing France.
Bring them on.
Hey, man, that's why they play the games.
Bring on Mbappe.
That's why they play the game. France, Sweden today. In fact, if we're going to stay on this tip, get everybody, take your mind off the awful Giants. 10 a.m., Ivory Coast, or as they say, Côte d'Ivoire.
Ooh.
Do you go French? Do you go English? Because I remember my brother was a track athlete in college, and they took a trip to West Africa. So I'm like 8, 9, 10 years old, because my brother's 10 years older than me. And they're like, where's your brother? And like, he's in the Ivory Coast. My brother took a track trip to Ivory Coast.
Damn.
And Ghana. I remember that when I was a kid. Anyway, so I remember the Ivory Coast has been in the Murphy family house for a while. But then somewhere along the way, they went to their French pronunciation, Côte d'Ivoire. It's kind of fun to say, isn't it?
Nice.
Côte d'Ivoire.
Côte d'Ivoire.
Either they, or you can go Ivory Coast, go Gringo. Against Norway with the Is that, do you prefer, is that the best, World Cup cheer you've seen?
I think because they get damn near the entire stadium to buy in and do it. Like I saw clips of them out in Times Square, them lining up and doing it. I think it's pretty cool. It's a pretty unique chant, and it fits in with Norway.
There's another team doing one. Who was it? There was a who? Help me out, guys. There was another team that had a massive chant going. It wasn't anyway. Is it Morocco? Was Morocco doing claps? No,
I'm talking about like the skull clap, like the Minnesota Vikings.
No, it was like a cultural one from one of the teams that. They're doing anyway. I'll come up with it. Anyway, the Norway way. Yes, Scotland was good. By the way, how about Scotland not even advancing after all that?
Oh, come on, no Scotty, no party.
2:00. 2:00.
I want to party with those guys.
France and Sweden. Although I'm playing golf this afternoon, I'm going to miss the France-Sweden.
You're going to miss a little Mbappe.
Although I get to see Mark Cannizzaro, who is my great friend who's in town, who we'll talk to tomorrow.
Nice.
And then 6:00 Mexico, Ecuador. Bringing you back to Taco Tuesday.
Yeah, Taco Tuesday.
Do you consider the taco strictly a Mexican dish?
I would say good question. I've never really thought about it.
Does any other country claim it?
I do think south of the border, I think Mexico when I think about tacos, but they got tacos in South America, right?
I'm just wondering if there's like considered an actual home of the taco.
Yeah, I'd say Mexico probably has claim over the taco.
I would guess, but I don't know. Maybe I got to bone up on my taco history. Let's get to the Giants, buddy. There's no win package.
No.
There's no win package. If you missed it.
You know what they're saying about the Giants right now?
Tacos didn't come.
Very good.
Shout out Spencer Burford.
Let's just talk about Ketel Marte starting the game off the way he did.
It's a Marte Parte.
This guy is a freaking savage. He's a savage. He's a wild beast. He's an uncontrollable Godzilla. I mean, my God, this guy. And it wasn't even a bad pitch, I thought, from Mahle. And he jacks it out of the yard, and you're like, here we go again. And of course, eventually, the Giants tie it up, and then the Giants, blah, blah, blah. They rally in the ninth inning to get the tying run to the plate, blah, 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 blah. They got the tying run on base, the go-ahead run to the plate. They lose 5-4 if you missed it. But the point is that they're now 0-7 against the Arizona Diamondbacks, bro. The Arizona, okay, great. Yeah, you can point to a couple things that are good about Arizona. Ketel Marte is one of them. Corbin Carroll's pesky, right? Eduardo Rodriguez, their starting pitcher last night. He's a good guy. But, dude, in no world should the Giants play the Diamondbacks 7 times and lose all 7. That's like not just mathematically insane. It's like intellectually insane, and it's just like, and it's also like in your gut insane. Like, what are you doing? Have some freaking pride at some point. Go out and beat somebody. Go out and freaking go in, break up 2. Freaking grind out an at-bat. Lean into one, man. Yell at him across the dugout. Hit somebody, dude. Stop acting like freaking sheep around the Arizona Diamondbacks. Because you literally can define the Diamondbacks are 42-42, and the Giants are 35-49. Do the math. That's 7 games there, guys.
There's your 7-game difference. And no, I'm not expecting the Giants to go 7-0 against Arizona Diamondbacks.
Because the Diamondbacks went 7-0 against they did.
But you're looking at the difference between the Diamondbacks being in consideration for at least a wild card race, while we're sitting here talking about the San Francisco Giants being 14 games under 500 because half of those games they've lost to the Arizona Diamondbacks.
It's embarrassing because I saw the stat that the Diamondbacks, when they're not playing the Rockies or the Giants, are 30-40. They're 10 under. They're like the Giants when they're not playing the Giants.
Yeah.
So why would you have that stat?
Dude, so literally, they're 10 under when they don't play the Giants and Rockies. That's our life, although now it's 14 under for the Giants. But, I mean, just and it's like they show up in Arizona and start doing stupid stuff. If you missed it last night, Victor Barracoto, who, as you know, I'm a fan. I'm a Vic Barracoto guy.
Ooh, Barracoto.
Yeah. Go ahead, Walt. Dig it up from what? My guy, Vic Barracoto. I'm a Vic Barracoto guy.
That's your guy. You better explain your guy.
Eric Haas is up with a 2-1 count, and he swings and misses at a pitch, and Vic Barracoto trots off the bag and kind of starts to take his helmet off, thinking the inning's over.
Yeah.
The Diamondbacks say, the inning's not over. Let's go tag that guy.
Mm-hmm. Also, we should point out that Bryce Eldridge was on second base.
Yeah.
So there's no explanation about like trying to steal second or anything like that. Like, no, there was literally a runner in front of him. He just simply forgot the count.
Barracoto guy. Yeah. So that happened.
Yeah.
Then later on, Tyler Mahle, he gets through 4. He gives up the home run to Marte, and I don't even blame him for the home run to Marte. Marte just did a superhuman swing.
I know. He got that ball up and in on a fastball, and Marte just turned it around.
Then Mahle got through 4 with 1 run, and the Giants tied it up on a squeeze bunt by Jonah Cox, which may be scoring Vic Barracoto, my guy.
Yeah, better base running there by Barracoto.
So then we get to the 5th inning, and what does Mahle do to lead off the inning?
390.
There it is, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
There it is.
Yep.
He gets to the point where then Troy, I think Tommy Troy, who's a pest, goes with an opposite field single. It's 1st and 3rd, and he then walks Ketel Marte, which seemed kind of reasonable. Well, then after the game, they're talking to him, the beat writers, and they said, "Hey, man, Tony Vitello said you were on a pitch count." He said, "I didn't know that."
Strict 85 pitch limit.
I didn't know that, he said. So how does he not know that? How does a pitcher not know that the manager has him in a pitch count?
Well, especially since now this is Tyler Mahle's second start since coming off the IL. Like, this is something that needs to be discussed before the game even starts.
How do you not know that? How does the right hand not talk to the left hand? How does the left hand not hear what the right hand has to say?
They're not talking.
No, bro, no.
They're not talking at all.
So they lose the game, and more black eyes for the Giants. So that's your Monday night, everybody. Meanwhile, the LeBron stuff, as confusing as ever.
It's either so many moving
Here's the
pieces.
breaking news. It's either going to happen or it's not going to happen.
Wow, thanks for simplifying it for us.
I finally did. I figured out a way to take the freaking tax code and simplify it.
Maybe Danny Emmerman was right yesterday when you asked him the question. He goes, I don't know, 50-50.
That's what he said.
Maybe it happens, maybe it doesn't.
We do know Kristaps is coming back, though.
Kristaps Porzingis.
That happened after he signed off. And listen, I know there's so many reasons to just like roll your eyes because the guy just can't stay on the court. He just can't. It's just a fact of life. He just cannot. And here I am thinking, what if he stays on the court this year? What if he does?
Yeah.
You look at me getting lured in like the Warriors.
Yeah, you've got hope.
I mean, when he is out there, he's a beast.
He is.
And he's just not out there enough. So the Warriors do that. How does that affect LeBron James? I mean, there's a lot of ways you can go through it. It could mean that it decreases the chances of being able to fit LeBron James in. Then you get what does LeBron really want? Is LeBron just using this as a leverage play for the Lakers? All these questions to be answered at some point today. 3 o'clock is when it officially gets going. But really, it only gets going when Shams tweets. It doesn't matter. Like the 3 o'clock deadline, I'm just waiting on a Shams tweet.
It's days like this I miss Woj.
Well, did you prefer Woj to Shams?
Yeah, I'm more of a Woj guy myself.
Really?
I like the Woj bomb.
Interesting. I kind of like Shams.
Wow,
Good-looking guy. Good-looking guy. I'm a Woj fan. Like, I know Woj from way back. We're old sports writer colleagues. I like him. But I'm just saying Shams' mug is it's an appealing mug.
Okay, I understand.
Handsome guy.
I understand.
Yeah. So anyway, let's get going on a Tuesday, June 30th, last day of June, 4th of July weekend coming up. Don't forget tomorrow night, 5 o'clock, baby. 5 o'clock, USA. We got to come up with something more than just USA. What can we do? We need more chants.
I think we just got to start singing songs. Just start doing karaoke.
I mean, Country Roads up in Seattle, they did that. That was a start. So anyway, 5 o'clock tomorrow, USA Bosnia, down at the stadium which shall not be named.
Oh, that's right.
In Santa Clara.
Bosnia is coming to the Golden Gate so that they can assimilate.
I know, right? This is their dream come true. They spoke it into existence on a rap. All right, we'll say good morning to Walt. Get the guest list on the other side. On a Tuesday, are there tacos on The Sports Leader?
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
It's time for the John, Joe, Curly, and Waleezy question of the day. Is adding LeBron James to the Warriors the best chance at another title? Or is it too risky at this point in LeBron James's career? 808 KNBR is the number. If you want to shoot us a text, give us a call, or check in on the YouTube chat.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Been in this position for Paraguay. But he scores! Paraguay have done it! Paraguay have won it! And they booted Germany out of the World Cup!
Oh, the sights and sounds of a World Cup shootout, baby. And again, you wonder as a lifelong sports fan, should something that important be decided by something so coin flippy? And you can make any number of arguments against it. I have always argued, and I've done this every 4 years now on the radio, is that you should just keep playing. Just keep playing. People say you can't keep playing. They get too exhausted. I'm like, that's my point. Last team standing. Mm-hmm. Last team standing.
Yeah, who's got the better conditioning?
Give it to, if that means some guy just collapses and a separate guy goes in for an easy goal, that team wins.
So
the collapsing team loses. All right.
Now, do you want the extra periods of play, the 15-minute intervals? Or are you looking for a golden goal?
Golden goal. I would prefer.
I like golden goal.
I would prefer
First
the golden goal.
team to score,
yes.
you win. Game over.
And even at 120, we'll take a break for 5 minutes, but then we're coming back out. Mm-hmm. And let's keep. It's like baseball, like extra innings. Oh wait, ghost runners.
Yeah.
Ghost runner.
Yeah, but true. At least in baseball, we take away the ghost runner in the postseason.
Well, because it's good to play with different rules in the postseason than it is.
Yeah.
So to get to the postseason, you play under one set of rules, and then when you get to the postseason, you play on a different set of rules.
Shout out our good friend Rob Manfred.
Well, I guess you would say the same in soccer because, like in MLS and stuff, you'd finish in a tie, whereas then in the playoffs, you got to go to a penalty shootout. So there's two sides of the story because it then produces what we saw yesterday. And then if I got to go back to my old head days, and I was telling Rory Murphy this. Look at my pen just fell out of my hands. Telling Rory Murphy this because he knows his soccer. And there was one of the players from Morocco was up. Who's the best player? It's a good time to bring in Walt right now. Good morning, Walt. On a Tuesday morning, brother. How are you boned up on your global soccer?
Global soccer, yes. More so European. I can't give you a lot on Morocco.
Do you know who the best Moroccan player is? He plays for...
I don't, but I know that he came up with a bloody eye at the end of the game. He was bloody like crazy.
And he was
Hakimi.
the one who hit the final penalty kick, right?
He was the one that... Yeah.
No.
You talking about someone else?
Yeah.
Hakimi is the guy, and he plays for PSG. Okay, I might the soccer crowd now is freaking out, going, "Oh my God, Murph and Marcus are talking soccer. They don't know what they're talking about."
Yeah, we're
and you
Americans.
know what you're saying in the car? You know what I'd say to you in the car? You're right. Yeah. We don't know what we're talking about, but we're going to do the best we can. All right. So it's like when you, the soccer fan, goes to a Thanksgiving dinner and you have to talk about American football. You're like, the Cowboys are good. I think. Yeah.
Yeah. Fake it till you make it.
Exactly. So Hakimi was up to shoot, and Rory goes, "Well, he's the best player. Oh, he's one of the best players in the world, Dad." And I said to him, and you guys know 94, Italy, Brazil, World Cup final.
Marching down the streets of Los Gatos, Stanford.
There you go, buddy.
Right?
In the Rose Bowl. And at the time, the best player in the world was an Italian guy named Roberto Baggio, who had a little freaking rat tail ponytail.
Oh, the rat tail.
Yeah, the rat tail, early 90s.
Hell of a look.
Well, Brazil and Italy had to go to penalty kicks to decide the World Cup. The freaking final, dude, in front of, the whole world. And Baggio is up. And guess what? He freaking airmailed the kick, dude. The best player in the world. And there's a famous picture of him just with his hands on his hip and his head down. he's in sharp focus, and in the background you see the blur of the Brazilian players like forming a doggy pile. It's an iconic photo because he's just looking down. I mean, so I squeezed that fact out to Rory, right? I'm like, he's like, Hakimi's going to score for sure. I'm like, Roberto Baggio, 1994, best player in the world, missed his kick. And Hakimi, off the post, missed his kick. So, I mean, the best guys, the pressure's a little tough.
Yes, it does.
Some of the guys, it's impressive how you see how some people handle pressure. Some guys go up and just freaking rip it. Absolute darts, just the freaking carving darts to the court, and they walk away like, yeah, there's no problem. And then the next guy comes up and he's like, and you see him, that one, who was the German guy?
Oh, Tall? My guy Tall with maybe the worst penalty kick I've ever seen in my life.
That was bad.
He almost kicked it out of the stadium. Like, that was 20 rows up into the bleachers.
And wasn't he the guy who scored the header that got disallowed?
Yeah,
so he went
I believe it was.
He went from being an absolute national hero
from a hero
to, the guy,
zero.
To a guy that you and I are riffing on out in San Francisco.
What's up, Tall? What kind of kick was that, Tall?
So, I mean, it's amazing. The pressure is excruciating. And I'm wondering I think, people say how much pressure is on a goalie. For me, there's way less on a goalie. Because if I'm a goalie, I'm like, bro, what do you want me to do? I'm just diving one way. You're
just guessing, right?
Yeah. I mean, whereas the pressure's on the player because they can miss, they can hit it poorly, they can strike it. Whereas if you're the goalie, I'm diving left. If I stop it, I stop it. If I don't, what are you going to do? Like if I dive left and the guy kicks it right, are you going to rip me?
No.
Are you ripping me?
Although I will say I love the mental games when it comes to the goalies. Like they stand up tall, like they point one way, they start shuffling the other.
Jab their steps.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a little game of chess.
I've wondered, and I'm sure a true soccer fan would tell me I'm an idiot, which I am. What about the idea of always just going right down the middle? Because you know that the goalie is going to dive left or right. So why don't you just, I'm just going to go up and I'm just going to rifle a freaking 12 o'clock high shot right down the middle.
Well,
But the risk on that, sorry to interrupt, but the risk on that is if the guy senses that and just stands there and you kick it right into his chest,
then you look like
the biggest loser of all.
So dumb. Yes. And I'm guessing there's got to be advanced analytics in soccer too that tell you trends of which way the goalies dive or where to aim. Yeah. There's got to be that kind of analytics going on.
Huge analytics. Do you think the best would be if right before a kick, a guy just ripped open the Velcro and just looked down? Dude,
he's checking his QB sleeve.
Pulled the card out of the back pocket. So what would you do you think?
I would just kick it as hard as I can and just pray for the best. I'd look like Tall last night from Germany. I'd sew it 20 feet over the goal.
I mean, if you can kick a bending, beautiful knifing, you can make it indefensible, but you have to it's like a golfer. You got to flush your 5-iron from 180 and hope it nestles next to the cup.
You got to bend it like Beckham.
Yeah, but I mean, you could hit a beautiful one and just clips the pole, and then you're an idiot. Now you're a loser.
Which there were so many shots yesterday that hit off the post.
Man, you see the reactions of these guys when they miss too. Just the jersey up over
instantly hiding your face.
Utter shame,
buddy. You're on TV. You can't hide.
I think England, in the game where I had my text war with Billy Bean, the England Italy 2020 European final. England had a couple of very famous misses, and then these guys become they have to deal with it for years to come. They do interview, a year later. A year later, we talked to Jude Bellingham about his miss.
Yeah, why'd you miss that shot?
I know, and then you have to just the guy just lying in bed at night. But man, so that's what you get from this whole stuff. And some teams play for one of the experts said that Paraguay was playing for that. That's the thing that kind of gnaws at you. That if Germany knows they're a better team and they can't just quite put the biscuit in the basket. And Paraguay knows that they're the lesser team, so all they have to do is just kind of stall out. Let's just get to a coin flip. Let's just get to penalty kicks. And if we lose, we lose. But we got a chance. And look what happened.
Yeah. And they got one of the biggest upsets ever in World Cup history.
Fourth biggest by ranking. Incredible stuff. All right, well, what do we got? Play the horns, buddy, on a Tuesday, June 30, 2026, last day of June. Tomorrow brings us July. Giants are 12-13 in June. Can they finish June at 500? And is that a good or a bad thing? What do we got, Walt?
All right, so on the guest list, we're going.
Buddy. Sorry, need to remind everybody.
Oh, sorry.
My bad. Yeah,
pump that back a little bit.
We got business, baby. We got business.
We got a lot going on
here.
Pump that back.
That wonderful guest list is sponsored by my good friends at El Cerrito Honda. More than just a car dealership. We are family, Walt. We're family. So what do you got?
Now I can speak. All right, so we'll go ahead and do Duane Kuiper at 7:30.
After another loss.
I mean, I don't. At this point, I don't know what to say. Yeah. Other than how you doing, Kuip? Yeah. What's going on?
Morning,
He's in
Kuip.
Arizona.
Yeah.
35-49.
You can ask him what he thinks about penalty kicks.
Yeah.
Maybe.
He's very into his Dutch heritage. He can't be feeling too good.
If it ain't Dutch, it ain't much.
The Oranje, earliest exit in their country's history.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn, that's disappointing.
They're always a factor. They won one, I think, in 1974. Johan Cruyff, total football. It's like iconic. Like soccer heads always talk about that as like the Beatles' freaking White Album of soccer. Like, oh man, total football, the Dutch. They haven't won one since, but they're always in the mix. At least you can always kind of book them for the quarterfinals. In fact, they were part of the 2010 World Cup final in Spain in the Pop Culture Showdown. The last time the Pop Culture Showdown lost, the only time.
That's right.
And then the thing that defeated it died.
Yeah, that's right. Paul the Octopus,
Correct. Right? So Holland was in it in 2010. They won the Pop Culture Showdown. And then Pop Culture Showdown since then, by the way, we didn't even talk since then.
New York Knicks. It's undefeated, baby.
We didn't even talk about it.
As if there was ever a question.
Yet again.
No reason to even talk about it.
So we'll be doing a World Cup one in a few weeks.
Yeah, let's go.
All right. So Walt, we got Kuip. Yes.
Yeah, highly distraught about Netherlands losing. By the way, that was my team. Yeah.
Oh, that was you.
Well, that was my team for the poll.
So we each got one like A-lister.
Yeah,
that was your A-lister, right?
Yeah, so I'm cooked.
Who's your B-lister? Who's your second?
Ecuador tonight against Mexico. Not looking good. Although I think they do match up pretty good against Mexico. Yeah.
You know who I got? Just sitting there in the back pocket, my man Messi.
Oh, you've got Argentina?
Messi.
How'd that happen?
Feeling pretty good.
I'll trade
Got a redraw. You want a redraw?
I'll give you Paraguay and Morocco for Argentina.
Can we do trades?
Yeah, I'll give you a 2-for-1 special.
Trades allowed?
I'll allow it. Whatever.
Allow trades?
Yeah, a little 2-for-1 action.
And they might need a little bit more.
Who can get France off a loader?
I'm trying to get Mbappe.
Yeah,
I want my guy.
Yeah, steal. Just go take France from loader.
Yeah, I'm gonna give him a swirly and take France from his hands.
Just rip it out of his freaking hands.
You take it. I allow it.
That's it. All right, the trade's in. It has been decided.
Seniority,
yeah, we just made the trade. He's not awake. He's not going to know.
No, you're right. He's not posting right now. So, all right, guys. So what do we got? We got Kuip. What else?
Ron Kroichek at 8:15.
Talking Warriors. And is this going to happen or is it not going to happen? I mean, there's any expert you talk to, you get a varying answer. All we know is it's a possibility. It's a possibility, yeah.
Cooler of content at 8:30.
Cooler. Got some new Draymond Green sound from the Draymond Green podcast yesterday.
He promoted that thing like it was a Batman.
Yeah, he did. Didn't say too much, but we'll get into it.
Yeah.
And then finally, Bags rescheduling for yesterday. He will be joining us at 8:50 today.
Yeah, Bags has been very frank about his assessment on the Giants and just how, what do you call it, unbuttoned or not buttoned up. And then he dropped an amateur hour yesterday or 2 days ago.
Well, it seemed like they weren't buttoned up yesterday with the pitch count conversation with Tyler Malley. So I'm sure Bags will have thoughts on that. That conversation will be sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. For you, for community, for 75 years. Join RCU today at redwoodcu.org.
All right, let's get into that. There's some sound about that from Tony V and Tyler Malley next on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, The Sports Leader.
Hey, let's talk about my friends at Kalshi with the world's biggest soccer tournament. We were just talking about it. It's here, baby, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. For example, to win the World Cup, Spain, that's a team we didn't mention, trading at over 16% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $600 if they win soccer's biggest prize. And how about our boys, the plucky Americans? USA to win the World Cup is trading at over 1.5% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $6,000 if we win soccer's biggest prize. Listen, it's Kalshi. You're trading its peers in a live market, meaning there's no house, and as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use the code MURPH. That's me, MURPH. Gets $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade the beautiful game. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
I'm from Bosnia, take me to America. I really want to see Statue of Liberty.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Perdomo pulls one into left field. That's a base hit, and it's going to roll all the way into the corner. One run in. Troy is in. Coming around third, Marte, and he's going to score a bases-clearing double for Perdomo, and it's 4-1 Diamondbacks. Wow.
Yeah, among my many woes, Sam Hentges, bro. When they signed him, there was like, hey, that's a pretty good signing. That guy's got a track record. He's come off an injury. Nah, it's not working, bro.
Wow.
Not working. Wow. Dave Fleming?
Yeah, I love that Dave Fleming. And wow.
Yeah. You know what's funny? I've been listening to Fleming. I can hear the frustration in his voice. We were traveling, and I think it was when we were in Maryland. And I was going to sleep, listening to one of the games, and the Giants had runners on second and third with one out. And it was either Chapman, Schmidt, somebody like that struck out. The next guy popped out. And there was a flatness to Dave that you could just hear. He's like, swing and a miss, strike three. And then he's like, and a swing and a pop up. And he could just hear, he's just like, yeah, no, I've had enough of this S.
Yeah. I mean, it's getting to that point, if we have not already reached that point, where everybody's frustrated with this Giants team. From the players to the broadcasters to us at the flagship radio station. Like, this is bad. This is a bad baseball team, and last night we saw more bad baseball.
We said this weeks ago, it's lash-out season.
Yeah.
And I think if you're online in the last 24, 48 hours involving a couple names that we know from around here, they're still lashing out. They're still lashing out.
A lot of lashing out.
I'm staying out of it, bro.
Yeah.
Staying out. What'd you say? My name's Paul. That's between y'all.
My name's Paul, and that's between y'all. That's my favorite go-to line. Shout out Pulp Fiction.
It's a smart way to live.
Yeah.
It's a smart way to live.
I'm not stepping in it.
Well, I mean, some people like to step in it, and then you're in it.
Hell no.
Now you're in it.
No.
I've lasted 21 and a half years by somehow, some way staying out of most of these things. Buddy of mine just texted me from Florida. He saw this whole story. And he goes, hey, man, keep your head down. I'm like, bro, that's my motto. I feel if you lay low, you can't get hit by flying bullets.
Oh, dude,
right?
you won't catch me on these Twitter streets.
Oh, man.
I mean, you don't got to tweet about everything. Everybody's got to take on everything.
About everything. You don't,
just log off, touch some grass. You'll be all right.
Did you see the Twitter discipline from your boy the last 2 weeks?
My man.
Yeah.
I was proud of you, Murph. Way to enjoy your vacay.
We're still here.
Had a kid, Murph.
We're still here. We're still here. Yes. Meanwhile, the Giants are killing us. This stuff going on with the Diamondbacks is ridiculous. So Tyler Mahle, I mean, what do you want? The guy's on a 1-year deal. We're going to forget this guy. You know, he's 1-8 now, by the way, with a 5.67.
1-8.
1-8 with a 5.67. But anyway, he pitched okay first 4 innings. And then the 5th inning, leadoff walk. Here we go, base hit. Now Marte is up. You know, you have a base to play with. You should probably be careful with him because he just took you deep, right?
Yep.
So please careful with him. But after the game, Tony Vitello, then they go make the move for Hentges. And Hentges he's just not good, man. He's just not good. By the way, Hentges, before he left, after giving up that double, walked a couple fools. Although I think one was intentional, actually, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think they kind of
so.
pinched around him, right?
Anyway, point is that Tony V, after the game, talking about going to get Tyler Mahle in a 1-1 game in the 5th inning.
You know, I don't know. First 2 pitches, I think, got him in a hole there against Arenado. After that, I mean, it wasn't a hammer, single that was added to it. And then with Marte, obviously, in that situation, if you're going to walk a guy, that would be the case to do it. So we were going to go to 85 pitches with him. I think he landed literally right on the dot at 85, and that was the spot where you were going to Sam regardless. If he would have rolled 1, 2, 3, he would have just started the inning, and it didn't work out. Didn't throw the ball quite as well as he did against the Braves.
Okay, so 85, he got to 85, they pulled him.
85, Jerry. 85.
Very good, yes. My favorite number, the year I graduated high school, buddy.
That's right. Shout out the 85ers.
And shout out the 85s, yeah. Anyway, so now you go to Tyler Mahle, and you're talking to him at his locker after another disappointing loss, and you're saying, so the beat writers say, so you had to come out at 85, huh? Here's Tyler Mahle. Cut D as in Delta. Yeah, there we go.
Didn't realize I was on like a pitch limit of like 85 or whatever. So Cattell was up there and he's done well against me. So I was like, okay, I'm not going to give him anything that, he could hit, and walked him, and then got taken out. And, starting off the inning with a walk, I mean, that's bad. And then the base hit to right it was just bad luck. I mean, not bad execution, but I'm saying bad luck. I didn't know the pitch count, or else I would have probably went about that at bat differently. To Cattell.
Sorry, how many pitches did you think you had?
I thought kind of it was just going to be normal, but I guess I should have realized. I mean, my second start back, I threw 70 pitches last time. Like, I wasn't going to throw 100 today, so that's on me. But just one bad inning really, and that's kind of been the way it's been kind of all year. It's just, I feel like just one bad blow-up inning, and I got to limit those.
All right, just the voice of a Tyler Mahle will bring you down too, right?
Yeah, it'll put you back to sleep.
After a 7th straight loss to Arizona. So is he on a pitch count or is he not? I mean, I didn't know. Wait. I mean, again, I go back to frickin' Marty Lurie. Stick to Little League. Dude, Little League, you're telling kids, hey, man, you're going to throw 35, then we're taking you out because we need you day after next.
Yeah, well, we literally just heard Tony Vitello say that he was on a strict 85 pitch count. And no matter what happened, they were going to have 85 pitches. Give me that again. 85.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Absolutely perfect.
See, that's what I need. I need Tony Vitello or even Justin Message in that situation yelling from the dugout, 85 Mahle.
Yeah.
85 Mahle.
Well, there's a follow-up from Tyler Mahle here on Pitch Count Cut E. Walt, here you go.
Is that typical in your experience for them not to communicate the pitch count coming back?
I don't know. I feel like it was, looking back is probably, obvious that I wasn't going to throw more than, 15 pitches than my last start after not starting for a few weeks or whatever. So I guess I didn't really even think about it. So, I mean, like I said, it's probably, it's pretty normal to, progress by 10, 15 pitches. So I should have realized that. And I didn't realize where my pitch count was in that inning. I didn't realize I was in, 70s, 80s. I guess I did throw a lot in that inning.
Wow. man, oh man, you lose your faith with every second of that soundbite in both Vitello and Mahle. I mean, I got a pox on both houses here. I mean, Mahle, he sounded like he was kind of like all over the place. Yeah, I guess it's normal. I don't know. I guess I should have known. Maybe I shouldn't have known.
Should have been obvious.
And I mean, listen, it all goes back to the manager. The buck stops with the manager. He's got to be like crystal freaking clear before the game and during the game, going after the fifth inning. Hey, man, I got you for 15 more. Like, let's see how this goes. But know that we're approaching 85. I mean, it's very simple. This is very basic. This is John Curley saying, hey, it's 6:45. You should have broken a minute ago.
Yeah, clock.
Yeah.
Let's talk pitch count. Like, there's got to be some type of communication because it sounds like there was none before the game even started. But to your point, in the middle of the game, Tony Vitello, Frank Anderson, Justin Message, somebody in that dugout has to go out to him before the fifth inning and give him a reminder of his pitch count and say, hey, buddy, you're up in your 70s. We're going to give you about 15 more pitches this inning, and then we're pulling the plug. Like, the fact that there was zero communication, it's what we said earlier. The left hand's not talking to the right hand hand's not talking to the left hand. It's just a bad look for a bad baseball team.
Getting really to that point where it's July 1 tomorrow, like what you're going to do about Tony V. What are you going to do? Listen, we've talked about this is a question we have to address going forward, and we keep saying, well, what if they go 20-10? Well, that's not going to happen, bro. They're not going 20-10. But anyway, even if they go 20-10, they're still 4 games under, by the way. But the point is like Brian Sabian's quote, lording over us, give the young man 3 years. And there is something to that. Like, you could look back on Tony in year 3 and be like, man, remember that first year, what a clown show that was? And now look at this guy. He's a folksy charmer who's laying down bunts, and he's got the team buying in with all the young kids coming up. They all believe in him. Maybe that's like the fantasy scenario. That's Fantasy Island. Welcome to frickin' Tattoo and Mr. Rourke, right? The reality is they're all over the road. As Andy Baggerly used the phrase amateur hour, you can see it with their own eyes. I mean, whether it's forgetting gloves or whether it's forgetting counts or whether it's not communicating pitch counts. And we can go, if we sat down and made a laundry list of all the just embarrassingly amateur things that have happened this year, it reflects incredibly poorly on Tony V and his staff, too. And Buster and Zach for hiring him and all that. And all of us for saying, hey, maybe this will work. But at the same time, you got to make a decision because there is hope that maybe the guy could figure it out eventually and be a guy who maybe on his second stop somewhere becomes like a popular winning manager. So how much of it is the roster? How much of it is his game-to-game management? It's this ongoing freaking spider web that we're stuck in right now.
Yeah, it almost feels like the answer is D, all the above.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like there's problems with the roster construction, but there's also problems within the manager and the coaching staff as well. Like you mentioned it, the laundry list that we could put together from earlier this season where there's that mishap where Tony maybe threw up the left arm, but the umpire didn't see it. And then Jesse Chavez is out in the bullpen throwing his hands up. Then just about a week ago, the Rafael Devers Mutombo finger wag when it came to the pinch running situation. Like optically, it just looks bad for a team that's playing bad baseball.
I would challenge somebody to sit down and make that laundry list. Starting from day one, like the first game of the season against the Yankees with the Netflix dancers.
Hell, I'd say day one of spring training when he talked about maybe the regrets and how things would have been different if that story didn't get leaked out of Tennessee.
Exactly. Good times, everybody.
Woo-hoo!
Good times.
Giants baseball. Great time out.
When's the next one again? Yeah, let's go here. Give me tonight.
I can't wait. Yeah, tonight. We're back on the bump.
Let's go. It's Tuesday, 6:40. Landon Roop against TBD. That's what I have according to the MLB app.
Oh, I'm seeing Brandon Fott on ESPN.
Okay, Brandon. Hey, shout out Young Tony.
Young Tony's boy.
Young Tony's high school mate.
Fott bottom girls make the girls go round. Make the world go round.
Landon Roop against Brandon Fott. There you go. 6:40. More joys await. Or you could watch Mexico, Ecuador instead.
Yeah.
It was funny. I put the Giants game on, and here comes Rory Murphy saying, he goes, Dad, I'd rather watch Netherlands, Morocco.
He ain't wrong.
And that's a Giants fan.
Mm-hmm.
And so what did we do? We watched it. In fact, I missed the whole rally into the ninth inning because I was watching Netherlands, Morocco, and Rory'd be like, Dad, the Giants 5-4 ball game. So Ramos homered. We had a sack fly from Casey Schmidt.
Yeah, Bryce Eldridge had a knock. Drew Kavanaugh as well.
Drew Kavanaugh. How about that?
How about little Kavanaugh?
So listen, that's the Giants. On to the other story. LeBron. What is everybody saying? 3 o'clock today is official free agency, but really official free agency is when Shams tweets. So where are we? 24 hours ago, we learned that Draymond Green declined his player option. 24 hours later, where are we? Next on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, The Sports Leader. Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
LeBron James, but it's really, really narrow, and they would really need to make some other moves to build up their team. Right now, I'm taking the Anthony Davis thing off the front burner. I do not have data that says that that's likely to happen. Now, I could change. My information could change. I do not see traction from the Wizards to want to do that. The Warriors told Jimmy Butler they're not trading him. I think the focus right now is, can they get LeBron James away from the Los Angeles Lakers? That's something they're going to try to get done today. Whether or not they can pull it off, let's wait and watch.
Oh, Brian Windhorst, man. He's really carved out a little spot there on ESPN as a pretty good reporter. Pretty good. He's generally, other than the famous meme where he was doing the index fingers and all that. Whatever came of that, by the way. That thing that he was supposing was a theory, did that ever come to pass or no?
I don't think
Remember, he was like, think about these moves.
Mm-hmm.
Think about these moves.
He got real cryptic on us.
But I don't think the thing he was hinting at ever came to pass,
I
right?
don't think so.
All right. So another conspiracy guy. Cue that meme from what was it, Always Sunny in Philadelphia? Is it Always Sunny in Philadelphia, that meme? Where the guy's got all the stuff on the board?
Where they're trying to like connect all the dots.
Yeah. Is that from Always Sunny?
I think it is Always Sunny.
By the way, shout out my barber, Ken Thunderhawk, down on Battery. And he shows Always Sunny in Philadelphia on an iPad in front of every time I get a haircut.
Really?
Are you an Always Sunny guy?
I'm not. I had a roommate in college who would just stream it 24/7.
Was it my barber?
So yeah, me and Thunderhawk back at Sonoma State. So anytime I'd walk out to the living room, it would kind of be on TV. So I'd catch like clips and chunks at a time.
Walt, are you an Always Sunny guy?
I watch it occasionally, but I don't look for it.
It's
I don't
definitely
actively seek it.
I think it's a cult, right? It's like a cult.
Oh, 100%. It's like the Office cult. I'm part of the Office cult.
I think the Office was bigger though, wasn't it?
I would agree.
Was Curly an Always Sunny guy?
An acquired taste. Yeah, Curly loves it.
He is.
Yeah.
Okay, so
he has it on right now, like he's watching it on his phone.
Was he going to my barber? Is he going to go get his haircut? Anyway, point is that the conspiracy theory that Windhorst came up with never came to pass. Anyway, he's still pretty good. He does his work. Did you see recently LeBron called him weird? Did you see that?
Yeah, which is weird because he kind of came to fame being, I don't want to insult the man, but let's just say it, LeBron's kind of lackey. Like he was LeBron's personal
Covered
reporter.
him in high school, didn't he?
Yes, and he followed him from a high school to Cleveland to Miami, back to Cleveland to LA. Like he's always, to me, been the number one LeBron insider.
Yeah.
And then LeBron turned his back on him.
Yeah. So, well, hey, that's that phony LeBron that we're going to get here in the Bay. He might turn his back on us, too, Marcus. By the way, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station. So here's the deal. We asked the question right before the break, where are we 24 hours later? Because it was right around this time yesterday that Shams reported that Draymond declined his player option to become a free agent to create the financial flexibility, which would lead to, and what Shams said 24 hours ago was the Warriors trying to acquire both LeBron James and Anthony Davis to form a big four, leading to all those funny memes. Who's going to stop this with the four guys walking and then somebody photoshopping Anthony Davis in street clothes in the four, all that stuff.
Yeah, I saw somebody respond with an AI photo of Father Time stopping that foursome.
I mean, obviously, we can talk about if it ever came to pass, what it would look like on the court. But is it going to come to pass? I mean, we're in that period where everybody's sort of guessing. It's behind closed doors, Mike Dunleavy, Joe Lacob doing their thing. And whatever the Lakers are doing, Rob Pelinka and that whole crew doing their thing. And what's LeBron doing? Who's he talking to with Rich Paul? What's Draymond doing? There's so many moving parts here. Where's Jimmy Butler and all this? Moses Moody has been thrown into the mix, too, as a possibility that if you wanted to get Anthony Davis, you may have to move Moses Moody. Now, one of the complications with Anthony Davis has been mentioned is his gigantic salary. And the only salary the Warriors have that could match is Jimmy Butler's.
Yes.
So that's all of a sudden a huge stumbling block. Like, we hear they love Jimmy Butler. They had Jimmy Butler at the press conference last week. Jimmy loves the Warriors. Blah, blah, blah. All of a sudden, you're trading Jimmy Butler for Anthony Davis. Now, mind, you get Anthony Davis. There's another factoid I heard from one of the insiders, is that his contract expires in 2 years, and he's going to want a max deal after that. You want to hitch your wagon to Anthony Davis, or is this just a rental for 1 to 2 years to see how this works? Do you even want to trade Jimmy Butler? You would also have to trade draft picks, too.
Yes, you would.
Do you want to trade Jimmy Butler and draft picks? Oh, by the way, they re-signed Kristaps Porzingis in the middle of all this, who's 7 foot whatever. What is he, 7'3"? Can he D-up Wemby? I don't know.
Can he stay healthy? Can he get on the court? These are all questions.
I remember writing a jock blog about the Warriors when the season ended and saying, there may be more questions than I have space on my screen right now. There are so many questions. And here we are now with more of these questions, but at least with enough smoke from every NBA insider that there's legit, real interest in LeBron James, that Brian Windhorst says they want to do it today, Marcus.
On Taco Tuesday.
Frickin' today. So, I don't know, did anything you hear in the last 24 hours affect you one way or another?
I will say 24 hours later, I'm more inclined to be on the same page as Wendy, where I don't think Anthony Davis is as realistic, because it sounds like the Warriors do not want to trade Jimmy Butler. They're kind of hoping and praying that he comes back in January. He's healthy. He's ready to go. And we saw what Steph and Jimmy were able to do in a playoff series just a year ago against the Houston Rockets. So it seems like that's in the game plan. And when we're talking about the Warriors timeline, if Steph has 2 to 3 years maybe left, I don't know if they want Anthony Davis post Steph Curry, and I don't know if they want to mortgage the future. So today, 24 hours later, I think I'm moving off the post of maybe trading for a guy like Anthony Davis, but I still think there's a possibility for LeBron James.
Now, that gets back to that other factor we heard from all this, that LeBron wants AD to be there. Remember you asked yesterday, are they cool? Some of the insiders are saying, yeah, they're so cool that LeBron won't go unless AD's here. No, again, this is all rumor and speculation. LeBron hasn't said anything. AD hasn't said anything. None of these people have said anything. But did you hear that LeBron needs AD to be here? Because he's like, if we're going to do this, I want to win a championship. And AD presumably could help you win a championship. I mean, that's a whole nother conversation. Can they win a championship with that group?
Yeah, that's an entirely different conversation. But yes, I saw the same report from Shams saying that LeBron would only be interested if Anthony Davis is traded to the Warriors. But then there was a tweet later on from Jake Fisher today saying that the Warriors are operating under the understanding that they don't need Anthony Davis to sign LeBron James.
Yeah, man. So if there is a case to... It seems like there's a scenario to get LeBron here without Anthony Davis. Now, it was complicated by Porzingis signing yesterday. That tightened the window, where the Warriors now would have to do some sort of salary cap gymnastics, which at that point loses most of us, because you're getting into aprons and you're getting into mid-level taxpayer exceptions. And I don't know, man. I really do start to check out at a certain point. John Hollinger wrote about it. Danny Emmerman wrote about it. I read all the stuff. And I said to myself on the couch, I said, can I go on the air tomorrow and say to our beloved audience who we love so much, hey, I know you guys tune to us for all the expert opinions and all that. And can I say to the audience, guys, I don't know. I really don't know how it can work. I'm looking YouTube right in the eye right now. I don't know how it can work in terms of who needs to take what money and what apron needs to get crossed and who needs to... All I know is that right now, based on what I've read from Hollinger and Shams and Kroychik and everybody, is that it's possible to get LeBron here.
Anything is possible.
Well, there you go. There's a will, there's a way, right?
And Murph, I'm like you, dude. I used to check out during math class in high school. Now you're asking me to do math with the second tax apron and try to figure out if DeAnthony Melton declining his player option now opens up the door and opens up more money. Do we need to move Moses Moody? Like, there's so many questions that makes it so damn complicated. Just give me a number and let me figure it out from there. I'm just so frustrated by the first tax apron, the second tax apron, how it kind of hampers everybody else. It's just way too confusing, even just for the average NBA fan to kind of follow.
So, like we're saying, we want to say things about the team and what they can do, but we're unsure about the CBA. We're unsure so we might say something on the air and the CBA will be like, no, you can't do that. So all I know is I'm falling back on the basic premise is there is a path to get LeBron James. Now, does it involve him taking less money? Does it involve Draymond taking less money? Does it involve trading Moses Moody? I don't know. could involve some form of all three of those. I don't know. But there is a path. And that gets us back to the excitement of LeBron James coming to the Bay. Or not. We heard from a couple listeners yesterday, including my cousin Tony in Vallejo. She said, I'm out on LeBron. So we've heard from a number of people. You, Warrior fan, you're not out on the Warriors if they get LeBron. Like, that's a better sports talk radio question than the mid-level taxpayer exception, all that. If the Warriors got LeBron James, are you out on the Warriors? Are you? No, come on, man.
I don't think they're out, but I do know that there is a big portion of this fan base, myself included, that does not like LeBron James.
Somebody actually wrote in and said, man, I just got over my 4 years of nausea of actually rooting for Chris Paul for a year, and now you're asking me to go root for LeBron James?
Yeah,
it would
Steph
raise
Curry.
the question of like the biggest villains to ever come to the Bay that you had to switch allegiance for. It would be like if I used to joke with you all the time about Tom Brady going to the Raiders, coming out of retirement. That would be like, you would know what to do. You'd be like frozen. You'd be frozen in time.
I still don't know what to do with him as a minority owner. It's like Richard Sherman coming over to the 49ers.
Right. Richard Sherman is the one we fall back on all the time. And I think we all wound up rooting for him and liking him, right? And now he's damn near a Niner podcaster. You know what I mean? He does a nice job of keeping one foot in each. Because he's in Seattle, man. He's 12s all the way. And then when he's down in the Bay, he's like, oh, man, faithful all the way.
Faithful to the Bay, baby.
He plays it nicely. But anyway, would Warriors fans have too much of a hard time? It would be weird to root for him. I say this as somebody who's probably more sympathetic to LeBron than anybody in this building. And that doesn't mean I'm a LeBron lover. I just respect the career, right? I respect the career. But it would be, if all of a sudden he's hitting big threes, you're like, woo! You're like, yeah, go LeBron. It's a bizarre situation.
Do you think Warriors fans would buy LeBron gear? Like,
yes.
could you see one of your kids getting a LeBron Warriors jersey?
That's a great question. Maybe not, maybe. I'd have to know. I mean, it'd be excitement. It'd be thrilling. It would be, like I heard one of the guys on ESPN say, listen, are they going to win the championship? I don't know. He goes, are we going to spend a lot more time in San Francisco? Yes.
Absolutely.
All of a sudden, it would be the center of the basketball universe. Basketball is a global sport, so basically the center of the basketball world.
Oh, this would turn into the biggest story in the NBA, hands down.
Steph and LeBron playing together, dude.
And that's why, in my head, while I'm trying to play these mental gymnastics, being an anti-LeBron guy myself, I might just have to treat it like an all-star game or even the Olympic team where we did see LeBron James and Steph Curry on the court together. And we all know how the friendship has now blossomed between Draymond Green and LeBron James. So I guess if Draymond Green can get over the beef of the 3-1 blown lead, at some point, I guess I have to as well.
A lot of people bringing up Oral Hershiser as a giant on the text line. I mean, it's not the same in terms of global impact because baseball is such a specifically American sport, and also because, Oral Hershiser, while he was a star, wasn't 1/100th of the star LeBron James is, but that did suck. That was very weird and awkward. I remember trying to kind of enjoy, he's wearing our uni. I hope we win today. There's that. But with LeBron, it's a whole different thing. It would just be so weird. It'd be how he handles it, how Steph handles it, how Steve Kerr handles it. It'd be exciting as hell. I'm all for it. I said it yesterday. I'm saying, are you all for it or not?
Yeah, at this point, it feels like there aren't too many other options. I don't think they're going to go out and trade for Jaylen Brown. I'd rather get him for the foreseeable future, but I don't think the Warriors have the package to put that together. Giannis is now in Miami. That's off the board. Ja Morant just got traded to the Trailblazers. LaMelo just got traded to Minnesota. So it's what pieces are you looking for if you're looking for free agents that can come in and make an impact, even at the age that LeBron is at? We saw last year getting down to a third option. He can have an impact. So if they get to a playoff series, I don't know how the Warriors would get to a regular season with Jimmy being out for half the year and with all these aging veterans with Al Horford and Kristaps Porzingis being back. They will have to find a way with Yaxel and Pods and some of these young guys to even get to the playoffs. But if you get into a 7-game series with LeBron, Jimmy, and Steph and Draymond, I'm saying they got a puncher's chance.
And I'm throwing in Kristaps, bro. I'm throwing in Porzingis. Again, it's like a 5% chance the guy could actually play in the playoffs. But I'm writing it down. You're going Steph, LeBron, Jimmy, Kristaps, bro. And then Draymond is those are good basketball players, bro.
That's a pretty damn good lineup. It was better 5 years ago. But at this point, again, you're just trying to maximize any opportunity to try to win Steph Curry that 5th ring. And if it takes him and LeBron pairing up for a farewell tour together, I think as a Warrior fan, you kind of have to buy in.
Man, how much load management would go on in the regular season to get those guys just to the playoffs? To stay out of the play-in, you got to finish top 6. So how would they have to artfully, and again, we said this yesterday, we'll say it again today, the most important guy in town would be Rick Celebrini.
It would, absolutely.
He's going to have to because they would load manage the hell out of an 82-game regular season. I mean, you'd be like, I'm going to buy tickets to go see LeBron play with Steph. You're like, no, you're not. He's sitting tonight.
Yeah, you're going to go see Bronny and Yaxel tonight.
Right, Bronny. That's a whole nother angle there. Where does Bronny fit into all this? Does he come along too? I mean, he could. Theoretically, he ain't going to charge anything. You know what I mean? So, listen, it's exciting. It's thrilling. It's ancient. It's old. It's improbable. What else are they going to do? I mean, when they ended the season last year, we were like, well, what are they going to do? Just wait for Jimmy and Moody to come back and try this all over again? And the answer is, yeah, maybe with LeBron. Now, if this whole thing falls through, I don't know what they do. I don't know what the other answer is now. Now you're just going to run it back again with Steph, Jimmy, Dre, and Kristaps?
Yeah, then you're going to be kind of fishing at the bottom of the barrel for guys like Keon Ellis or Colin Sexton, or just trying to bring in pieces, but I don't know if that elevates them to a title contender.
No,
it definitely does not.
They got to be all in on LeBron, and they got to convince LeBron. It's got to be Steph calling LeBron. There's got to be a heart-to-heart between Steph and LeBron, man. Just like today, man, Steph's going to be driving on 280 and just, Siri, call LeBron James. And then all of a sudden just have that talk as he's rolling down 280.
Now, do you believe, Wendy, do you think we're going to get news on LeBron today, whether it's the Lakers or the Warriors? Does Taco Tuesday
where are the Lakers
announcement?
in all this, by the way? You're not hearing the Lakers aren't doing anything. I heard one of the pundits was saying, are the Lakers kind of hoping he leaves so they can move on to the Luka era? Luka and Reeves?
That's why this entire time I kind of thought LeBron was just using the Warriors as leverage to maybe get some more money with the Lakers, but everything kind of changed yesterday when Draymond Green declined that player option, and we do have some Draymond Green sound that we can get into later in the show talking about why he declined that option to give him that financial flexibility. To me, that opened up the path and the roadway to LeBron James actually joining the Warriors, moving on from just a radio topic to maybe reality.
Yeah, let's keep it going on the other side. We got Duane Kuiper at 7:30. We hear what Draymond had to say next on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, The Sports Leader. Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
AD and LeBron James would have to be a package deal in order to come to Golden State and team up with Green and Steph Curry. And in this sequencing of events, Draymond Green would opt out, as he did, to take a multi-year deal at less than $27 million a year. AD would require a trade of Jimmy Butler and draft capital, and then that would mean LeBron James potentially at the mid-level exception. This is a maneuvering, a sequencing of events that takes several days. It takes a process, obviously. Joe Lacob has captured the biggest names in league history. We saw with that Kevin Durant-led team when they got KD. And so now they're trying to do something big here again, and it started with Draymond Green opting out today, and there are multiple dominoes here that have to fall for this big four to take shape.
Shams Charania doing his thing, and Joe Lacob thinking big, as he says. Of course, I think big. That's what we do. We're light years ahead. What happened to light years? Light years has meant the play-in bracket the last few years.
Yeah, everybody else has caught up to the light years.
That's not light years, bro. That's a quote that will haunt for a while there.
They were light years ahead of everybody else when Steph and Clay were out shooting everybody, but now everybody has taken the Warriors strategy. Also now with the second tax apron, that's kind of slowed down the light years approach.
Well, there's no question that the CBA was seen as an anti-Lacob device. Kind of like it's the second time a Bay Area owner has created, because in 1994, the salary cap was viewed as an anti-Eddie DeBartolo thing. Like Eddie was just hoarding all the great players. And so they said, no, Eddie can't do that anymore. And then Lacob and the Warriors, the CBA changed too. So the Bay Area out here breaking norms and creating rules here.
And think about it. We're almost at the 10-year anniversary of the July 4th announcement that Kevin Durant was joining the Warriors in 2016.
Incredible, man. Where were you? I still remember. Do you remember where you were?
4th of July. I think
exactly
I was
where
in
I was.
Santa Cruz at the time.
Oh, you don't remember? You don't remember? It's not one of those moments you remember exactly?
I think I was in the hotel room in Santa Cruz, but I can't remember exactly. What about you?
What were you doing in a hotel room in Santa Cruz?
Yeah, you don't got to ask those questions. You don't got to ask those questions.
Well, do you remember exactly where you were when KD dropped?
I'm sure I was probably like in a swimming pool somewhere.
So you don't remember?
I don't remember.
God, I thought it was one of those iconic moments, man. Like I was in Portland, Oregon with the family checking out of a Courtyard Marriott And somehow, some way, it hit my phone when we were like, it was one of those things where I was taking the luggage out the door, and the door was heavy, and it was falling on my luggage. And then on my phone bing, and I said, oh my God. And the kids were 8 and 4. Wow. So the 8-year-old, Declan, who's now grinding it out in plebe summer. We were like, Kevin Durant to the world. I remember specifically getting in the car because we drove from Portland to Ashland and streaming KNBR. And Marty was on the patio because it was a Saturday, or was it a 4th of July? It's a holiday, right? So, and Pecan, good old Pat, was right next to him, and he butted in. He's like, Marty, I got news for you here. Kevin Durant's coming to the Warriors. And Marty was like, let's talk about the double play. Let's talk about, how do you turn it? How does the Keystone Corner turn the double play?
808 KNBR.
Pecan was like, no, Marty, we got to talk about Kevin Durant.
No, we got to talk about your favorite
and
mid.
Marty's like, the footwork. I got Mazeroski. I did Mazeroski in 96, and he talked about the right foot's got to touch the bag while the left foot slides across. And Pecan was like, Marty, we got to talk about Kevin Durant. He kind of took over the microphone, I remember.
Yeah, you kind of have to with a story that big.
And I think Marty was a little miffed. He was a little miffed.
These are my airwaves, bitch.
So anyway, that's my memory. 10-year anniversary coming up of that. Wow. So here's Lakem trying to do something big again. Well, Draymond Green talked about opting out of his contract. And it was on his podcast that dropped last night at midnight. How about Marcus admitting to us that he listened to it, ready for this? In the shower.
Hey now, that'll paint a picture for you.
Overnight Dave said that. He said he's rattled by the idea of you stripping down and listening to Draymond.
Yeah, well, I woke up this morning and my routine is to usually sit on the john and scroll through.
The sit and scroll is a thing.
I mean, you got to. Yeah, especially at 4:15, 4:20 in the morning. I'm just like, all right, what did I miss last night? Trying to catch up. You know, it's our job to prep before we get on the show.
Are you doing the following or for you?
I usually go following first. For you gets a little wacky. It's like I don't need to see what's on my For You page that early in the morning.
All right.
So I'm on my following page, and I see one of these Warrior Stan accounts post one of these clips from Draymond's podcast. Okay. And I said, ooh, I'm going to get this podcast.
You're going to get this podcast.
And so I go straight to my podcast app, and it said 7 hours ago, Draymond Green posted a new podcast. So I said, hey, might as well throw it on, connect it to my Amazon Alexa, and have it play while I'm in the shower getting ready to leave this morning.
How loud does it have to play to be heard over the shower?
Pretty damn loud.
Do you have neighbors?
I hope they are sleeping. I hope I did not wake them up this morning with Draymond Green.
4:30 and they hear the shower running and Draymond just shout, yeah, man, so the reason I opted out was...
$27 million off the table. But hey, man, I got a job to do. I got to prep for the show.
I love the professional dedication. It's fantastic. All right, here's Draymond. And as a result, we have this cut here. Draymond on opting out.
That brings me directly to my player option. And, for me personally, I'm always willing to work with the team on whatever is best, especially at this point in my career. So my decision to opt out was for a few reasons. As you all know, I've always taken the approach of working with the organization. I've been in one place for 14 years. It's more of a family to me than anything. You're talking people I've built relationships with over the course of the past 14 years. I view Golden State more like Michigan State. It's more like an alma mater for me, as I've been somewhere for 14 years. So when in a position to try to help better our team, to try to help better this organization, I am always intrigued by that route. So opting out, I think for us, it leaves optionality. It gives optionality. It allows to possibly do some things. Joe Lacob, Peter Guber, the ownership group has never been one to shy away from doing things that help this team get better. And if I can stand on that same side and have a hand in helping this organization be in a better position, I'm always willing to do that. And so it gives everyone optionality with me opting out, and we'll figure it out from here on what's the best course moving forward. And so. Feel great about it, and we'll see where it goes from here.
Okay, there you go. Good cut, and it's his first cut, his first official statement on opting out. That's very altruistic is the word, right? He's just doing it for the good of the team. Now, Gene Simmons would tell us that this person is a liar if they don't want more money. So my question is, do you think Draymond opted out knowing that, hey, man, on the back end, you better take care of me somewhere? I mean, this is the way these guys are. I mean, pro athletes and most people in life, if you have a chance to squeeze Larry Bloomhagen. That's right, I said it. Squeeze Larry Bloomhagen. and you got a chance to squeeze him for a couple extra bucks, you're going to do it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think in every single field of employment, it's hard to tell people, take less money. Because you're right. Gene Simmons has said it a million times. Everybody wants more money. But also, look at the team that just won the championship this year, the New York Knicks, and Jalen Brunson. He left over $100 million on the table with the New York Knicks so that they could go out and trade for Mikal Bridges, so that they could bring in Josh Hart, make the trade for Karl Anthony Towns. Like, he made a huge sacrifice, and we're seeing how it paid off for that Knicks squad last year.
Did he really?
Yes, like he left over $100 million with a max contract on the table.
I got to be honest. I think I was too much on vacation. I did not bone up on that story. So he did. He's like, no, man, use that. But we've heard Tom Brady.
Yes, he's taken pay cuts before, too. And Tom did it towards the end of his career. And we're looking at Draymond Green now at 36 years old. And even if the Warriors don't take care of him on the back end, we know that he's going to make money off of broadcasting. He's going to be a part of inside the NBA or any broadcast team out there post-basketball career. I'm not going to sit here and say Draymond Green doesn't need any more money, but he's got plenty of money. At this point, it should be about getting the best roster possible to try to possibly squeeze out another championship.
I got to think Draymond's financial guy says, we're good, bro. Like, we bought those parking lots. Remember the parking lots we're going to buy?
I'm a parking lot guy.
right. So
that's my get-rich-fast scheme.
Recession-proof, right? Exactly. So we bought those parking lots and those toilet paper stock. Because there's another one, toilet paper, right?
Always need TP.
Exactly. Draymond, our stocks in toilet paper and parking lots are good. Your great-grandchildren are good. So you can probably, that's the altruistic part. Do this for the good of the team. Now, again, will he get taken care of on the back end? I don't know. Sounds great. He said it's like Michigan State to me. It's like Golden State. It's like a family. I want to help better the team. So that all sounds great. And it sounds like right now in the short term, he has given them, quote, optionality, and what's that going to mean for the team? Did Steph ever do this? I wonder. Did Steph ever give optionality to the team?
He just signed that new shoe deal, so maybe he should also take some of this optionality. But yeah, again, it's hard to tell people to take less money.
Could I suggest Rafael Devers give back a few million to get some bullpen help? Yeah. Can I do that?
At least I got a free chicken sandwich from Rafael Devers.
Yeah, that's by the way, you cashed in on that.
I cashed it. I went straight to Chick-fil-A after the show yesterday.
And it was no problem?
No
Smooth
problem.
Sailing?
Went straight to the app. They said, congratulations, Giants fans. Somebody has hit the foul pole.
When you presented it to the...
I redeemed the order. I ordered ahead of time, went through the mobile drive-thru. All I had to do was scan a QR code as soon as I got there.
You didn't even deal with a human being?
I cut the entire line, went straight to the front, got my chicken sandwich, got my waffle fries, and I was good to go.
So back in the days when Tony V was talking about waffle fries before they forgot counts and pitch counts.
Better times.
And it was so you enjoyed the meal.
I'm all in. I'm saying don't trade Devers because I need more chicken sandwiches.
All right. What are people saying on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line? 707 says Dunleavy's going to have to get off the Peloton and actually get something done. Is he a Peloton guy?
Is he hanging out with your girl, Jen?
I think that's a pretty good text from 707. I haven't done Jen in years. I miss her. I still follow her on Insta, though. But anyway, it was a stretch of time, though. She and I were hot and heavy.
During the pandemic, yeah.
Yeah, what else were we going to do?
Yeah,
you know what I mean? So,
go for a bike ride inside your house.
Dunleavy does look like a Peloton guy.
Yeah, he's in good shape. He's a slender man.
Mean dude. 530 says, if Draymond can do that, why not Steph? If you really want to win, why not give up some salary? 518 says Green's going to be assistant GM after this next contract. He was definitely promised something here. And 707 says adding LeBron and Edwards to the Warriors. Wait, who's Edwards?
Anthony Edwards?
No. Gives me those warm, comforting McCutcheon and Longoria to the Giants vibes. 925 says let's just add Shaq, Reggie Miller, and Chris Webber while we're at it.
Bring them out.
And 925 says I exactly remember where I was for KD. I was hiking in Lafayette. I had no reception. I was dying. I got back to the car and was floored. 650 I was driving into Sun Valley, heard it on the radio, and almost drove off the road. See, some of us have a specific memory.
See, you're asking me to remember July 4th at about noon. I'm about 12 beers deep on July 4th.
I remember that Courtyard Marriott in Portland was very comfortable. I was like, this is a nice Courtyard Marriott. Yeah. And we walked down to a nice dinner spot. And Portland, right by the river. Portland's got its share of issues, shall we say. But it's also got some really beautiful spots.
Yeah, you should recommend some of those spots to
Ja Morant.
Hey,
man,
not going to be dropping grenades up in Portland.
The Blazers were a problem last year. They owned the war. They were kind of like the Diamondbacks.
That's true.
And now you got Ja.
Even post Chauncey Billups scandal.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, remember
the latest two, by the way? There was another Malik Beasley yesterday. And we just I remember opening the round table by saying, hey, man, does anybody have action on tonight's game? We were joking, ha, ha, ha. And then we just went on and on. gambling and corruption rampant, and we're like, yeah, when's the next game?
Yeah, it's everywhere.
Yeah, it is everywhere. Boy, oh boy. This thing we call life is a little nutty, folks. Duane Kuiper joins us next on The Sports Leader.
And anybody that tells you that they want less money in life, be suspicious of this person.
KNBR, The Sports Leader.
All right, bright and early on a Tuesday morning, our good friend Steve Moskowitz, tax attorney Steve Moskowitz, is online. He can help us with a number of issues in life, including, Steve, these online scams that really hurt people, but you can help them on the tax end of it. Steve, good morning. Explain, please.
Good morning. Absolutely. First of all, if you've been a victim of a scam, my heart goes out to you. It's horrible. I've seen people's entire life savings wiped out. And worse yet, a lot of times they have to do things that cause them tax, like wipe out a retirement account, which is tax, sell stocks and other things. Not only do they lose everything, they have a big tax bill. However, you might be able to write this off. Although the tax law took away a lot of casualty losses, they also have an exception, and this is it. Also, the IRS was nice enough to write this nice, long, detailed with examples memo outlining and explaining exactly who can do this and when you can do it. Give us a call. Let's see if you qualify. If you do, you may be able to get a tremendous amount of money back from the IRS, which really helps this horrible situation. The bottom line is we have a free consultation. We have a lot of experience with this. The only thing you have to do is just pick up your phone and say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
Yeah, that's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. Time for Murph and Marcus to catch up with Kite on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Duane Kuiper on the UMA guest line every Tuesday and he's down in Arizona. And Kuip, I think we begin with, first of all, it's great to talk to you. It's been a couple weeks. Glad to have you back. I was gone, and I'm glad to be back talking to you. Two, I got to extend my condolences on the Oranje, the Netherlands, the Dutch, eliminated in tragic penalty kicks. I felt a stab in the chest for you, Duane. So my condolences, buddy. Good morning.
Hey, morning, Kuip.
When did that happen?
I guess it didn't really affect you the way I thought it did, huh? Last night.
Oh, it did? Late?
Yeah, that was a late game. Netherlands, Morocco. Actually, it was during your game, so that's why.
I got you. All right. Well, then that explains our game, man.
Yeah. By the way, did you see the Dutch fans really came strong and they filled the streets of America with the orange and everything? It was a Dutch display.
Sorry, Murph. I wasn't paying attention.
Wow. Okay. Well, I was trying to give us something to talk about other than a baseball team that lost a game. So.
No, let's get right to it. Come on.
All right. Well, tough loss. I mean, they seem incapable of stringing something together. Whether it was finishing off the sweep against the A's, they blow a 6-2 lead on Thursday, then they lose on Friday. So then they win Saturday, Sunday. We're thinking, okay, go to Arizona, put something together, but they just can't get out of their own way. Kuip, what are you seeing in terms of a inability to string something together?
Yeah, well, I don't think there's any way, Murph, that you can explain that other than the fact that, you got some problems on the bullpen. And if you have problems in the bullpen, then you're relying a lot on your starters and your offense. It's kind of just the way the season's been. You lose 3, you win 2, and then, you take 2 out of 3 from good teams, and now you can't beat the Diamondbacks. I mean, 0-7 is unacceptable. Who'd have thought that Arenado's home run was going to be the difference, right? Of all people, that guy. 36 now against the Giants. 120 RBIs. 161 games. So he's played a full season against the Giants. And his numbers for that full season are MVP numbers. But anyway, the bottom line is walks, shaky bullpen, and the offense starting a little bit too late. You walk out with a loss. And now, you got to concentrate on tonight. Landon Roop's got a chance to stop this skid. And plus, you don't want to have one team just dominate you. You walk out of the ballpark and you know what they're thinking. They're thinking, boy, that was easy. Well, you got to stop it. Giants, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago were 17-2 against Arizona. 17-2. That's the year they won 107 games. Well, since then it hasn't been very good, so it's got to stop.
Kuip, with the Giants being 0-7 against the Diamondbacks this year, do you think it's more of the Diamondbacks being able to beat the Giants or the Giants beating themselves in some of these games?
Well, I mean, look, Marcus, I think the simple answer is it's probably both. They seem to have an issue with Ketel Marte, who's just, worn them out. And then the D-backs seem to come up with the big hit when they need it, like Perdomo did in the game last night. I mean, the guy's hitting 220 right-handed, so you switch him around. So he's hitting right-handed. And then Hentges falls behind 3-1. He's got to throw a strike. I mean, the bases are loaded. But you don't really get a chance to throw anything quality 3-1 in that spot. And he hits it down the left field line, clears the bases. And that wasn't the game, but it certainly made it look like, all right, this is going to be a little rough to try to come back in this one. And they almost did.
Yeah.
And, the other thing, too, is, as these games go on, Marte seems like he comes up every time with critical situations. And, the Giants, they end their game with the bottom of the order, making the last 2 outs, with the exception of Chapman. So, I mean, there's a lot going on, but you just, you got to play better. I mean, they're not a great team. They're 500. So, yeah, that's it. What it is now is it's a Diamondbacks problem. That's what it is.
I mean, the 7 games are the difference between the two team seasons. Arizona's 42 and 42. The Giants are 35 and 49. Those 7 games are all the games that the Diamondbacks have won. So crazy, crazy stuff. A couple of interesting things. Let's talk about. What do you make of Tyler Mahle saying after the game he didn't know he was on a pitch count, then saying maybe he should have known that? And I don't know. Is that up to the pitching coach to transmit that to him? And should he have known?
If you're a veteran guy and you're making your second start after you've had some health issues, you have to have a pretty good idea. You're not going to throw 100 pitches. So, I mean, if he was a rookie or a second-year player, then I would, not hesitate to probably put a little bit of the blame on, pitching coach, assistant pitching coach. But if you're a veteran, there's no excuse for not knowing where you are in the game as far as the pitch count and where you are as far as what the bottom line is for total pitches at all. And so he admitted it. And I think he also said he probably would have done a few things different. But, that's too late now. But I was a little bit surprised by that, to be honest with you. I thought he threw the ball very well.
Kai, one of the positive notes from last night's game was seeing Elliot Ramos back in the lineup. He had a 9th-inning home run to kind of kick off that rally as the Giants fell short last night. But just big picture, last night Casey Schmidt was at shortstop with Willie Adames dealing with that lower back injury. But when everybody is healthy, what do you think the plan of action is to get Bryce, Casey, Elliot Ramos, Jung Hoo Lee, and all these guys in the lineup? How do you think they shuffle things around defensively?
Well, they did it with Jung Hoo getting the night off last night, and Lee's going to Jung Hoo's going to play center field a lot of the time. I mean, that's how you get everybody in the lineup, and it's tough, but I mean, you need as much offense as you can get. I thought the best hitter in the game last night was Casey Schmidt, and he didn't get a hit. Mm-hmm. He had 2 balls to left field that were 110 miles per hour off, scorched, nothing. So you need a little bit of luck too involved in this game. And but anyway, long-winded answer to they need all those guys in the lineup, and they'll figure out a way. But probably Jung Hoo in center's going to be one of the answers.
You were talking about the difference between Mahle being a veteran and a young player. And a young player was also part of last night's game was Victor Barracoto. And, he's going through a lot. All the Venezuelan players are. It's a devastating story, the earthquake. That said, he's getting more chances to play, and he's showing some stuff. He had 2 knocks last night. He's thrown a runner out. He's shown some arm. He had a moment last night he'd like to forget where he did not know the count. And it's just one of those things that just you're like, wow. I don't, how many times do you see that in Major League Baseball? So how are you balancing everything you're seeing from Barracoto, the good and the bad?
Yeah, I don't get not knowing the count. I mean, plus the first baseman's not holding him on. I mean, where are you going? Yeah, I mean, look, it's inexcusable. I mean, not only should you have that should the scoreboard be in your head, but you also have a first base coach, and you have a scoreboard to look at just in case. So there are a number of things that you can check the boxes on just to make sure you know what's going on. But I don't think they asked Barracoto what happened or what was he thinking. But there really wouldn't be one solid excuse as to why that happened. I mean, it can't happen. You got a guy in scoring position. Mm-hmm. Who knows? A base hit, maybe it's a difference in the game. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, very disappointed to see that happen. I don't care if you're a first-year player or if you've been in the league for 10 years. You can't let it happen.
Barracoto definitely showed better base running later on in the game when he scored on a Jonah Cox safety squeeze. And I wanted to ask you about Jonah Cox because if you look at the box score, 0 for 1 yesterday, but it felt like he made a bigger impact on the game. Defensively made a phenomenal play coming in on a ball. Also laid down the safety squeeze and then caused a little bit of chaos on the base pass as well. Now, he hasn't been getting consistent playing time. Do you think maybe they should try to implement Jonah Cox into the lineup more to maybe get some more action on the base pass?
Marcus, he's got to make more contact.
Yeah.
I mean, the contact that he's making right now is when he's bunting, and that works, once in a while, but it's not going to work all the time. So, I mean, look, I guess you have to play to show the manager and the powers that be that you're going to make contact. But the other end of it, too, is if you don't look like you're making contact, then you're not going to play. So, I mean, I think the kid offers a lot. But right now, I mean, Chris Sale is going to make a lot of people look bad. And it was just an overmatch. So he's just got to show everybody he can put the ball in play. He can run. He's great defensively. Yeah, I mean, he's a kid that you want to keep your eye on, but I don't think you can rely on him right now to be much of a contributor offensively.
All right, Kuip. Well, that's it. It was a tough one. Listen, I was hoping they could come down, make some noise in Arizona. They got to win the next two just to try. But to get back to your original statement, you just gotta stick your foot in the ground and say, I'm done losing to Arizona. It needs to be like a collective will.
By the way, while you guys were gone,
yeah,
had a great show on Tuesday.
Oh, did you?
And you know why?
Why? Because we were gone?
Not because you guys were gone. Because we didn't play Monday night.
You could have watched the Dutch soccer team at that time.
I could have. Yeah. Were they playing back then?
Probably. Yeah.
No, I had a little idea what was going on with the soccer. My kids all have the Dutch jerseys, and grandkids are running around. But Mike is really into it.
Oh, he is?
Into the soccer.
Yeah, I wonder why.
I'm not quite as into it as he is. And I think, is the U.S. playing
tomorrow night at
Santa
Levi's
Clara?
Stadium, 5 o'clock. Elimination game.
I wonder, I would like to see what kind of, I mean, I'm sure they're going to have a lively crowd.
Oh, yeah. Should be awesome.
But yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. I wonder, it's probably the same time.
Well, no, it starts at 5. Oh, you guys are on the same time zone as us now, right? Arizona?
Yeah.
So you're a game 6:40 first pitch. The game will be almost over when your game starts. So hopefully we'll be comfortably ahead.
Yeah, we can watch it while we're doing our work.
Kuip, I remember being in that very park you're in the 1999 Women's World Cup final when Brandi Chastain and them won, and she ripped off her shirt, remember, and the whole sports bra incident and all that.
Well, that was at Chase Field?
I was covering an A's Diamondbacks game, and Tim Hudson outdueled Randy Johnson. Tim Raines hit a leadoff homer off of Randy Johnson, and I think the final score was 1-0.
Wow.
Yeah. There's a memory.
Yeah, you got a good memory, bro.
Not really.
You do.
Don't ask me
anyway.
anything else what happened that year or day, but that was a specific soccer meets Arizona Diamondbacks baseball memory.
Well, to close this out, let's get a win tonight and then watch this team go off.
You're going
offensively.
You going to
in
Colorado?
Denver.
You going to Colorado?
I'm not. No, I'm not allowed. Once I lost my voice there one time.
That's right.
How about having to work a game in Colorado and you wake up and you can't talk? And I called Mario Alioto at 5:30 in the morning to say I can't talk. And basically texted him. And they had to get Joe Rizzo and Sean Estes both into Denver to do the game that night. And it was just, to put all that pressure on everybody trying to get into town It's just not worth the risk. I mean, my voice is tired now, and a lot of it has to do with the dryness of the desert. So you kind of end the air conditioning. You know, you walk in and out of, it's 105, and you go in the air conditioning, feels good, but your voice is going, no, maybe it doesn't feel that great. So you got to be careful with it, and that's one of the reasons why I try to avoid Denver. But Dave and Hunter will handle it just fine.
You will be missed, my friend. So glad to catch up with you. Happy 4th of July, and we'll talk to you next Tuesday.
Yeah, thanks, Kuiper.
Tuesday. All right, babe. See ya.
Duane Kuiper, there he is, just telling it. Like some of the listeners said, texted and said, Kuiper just tells it like it is.
Yep. Let's get to it, Murph. let's talk about this
so much
bad
for
baseball
the
team.
Orange, Johan Cruyff. All right, Ron Kreutzig's going to join us at 8:15, so let's warm up the big hit with LeBron James. Is he coming? Is he not? How do you guys feel about this now? Are you fired freaking up for LeBron James, or are you disgusted and nauseated by LeBron James? 808 KNBR is the phone number on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
It's time for the John, Joe, Curly, and Wall Z question of the day. Does acquiring LeBron James to the Golden State Warriors immediately turn them into a title contender? 808 KNBR is a number. If you want to give us a call, shoot us a text, or check in on the YouTube chat.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
LeBron James, but it's really, really narrow, and they would really need to make some other moves to build up their team. Right now, I'm taking the Anthony Davis thing off the front burner. I do not have data that says that that's likely to happen. Now, I could change. My information could change. I do not see traction from the Wizards to want to do that. The Warriors told Jimmy Butler they're not trading him. I think the focus right now is, can they get LeBron James away from the Los Angeles Lakers? That's something they're going to try to get done today. Whether or not they can pull it off, let's wait and watch.
There it is, man. Brian Windhorst, the latest to chime in on our big hit, which is the Warriors and LeBron James. Is this going to happen, and how do you feel about this? 808-KMBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. People are checking in like crazy. I just got a text from my buddy in New York City who's a TV producer for NBC, and he's a Celtics fan. And he just texted me, Dave Gibson, the decorated Emmy award-winning UCLA product. He said, LeBron to the Warriors would be really fun. So that's just a random NBA fan out in New York City, 808-KMBR. I agree. And I know it sounds crazy. I got a text from P1 Chuck. He's one of our great listeners. He said it's disgusting. He's barfing. He says it's grody to the max. He used all the Valley Girl talk. I get it. We had texters saying in. One thing, the best text yesterday was Joe Lacob has to make a decision. It's either LeBron or me, is what he says. It was just some guy voting with his pocketbook down there in the 408. So, listen, what have we learned in the last 24 hours? Well, concretely, not a ton. We've learned a lot of confusing possibilities. The one thing we did learn for sure is Kristaps Porzingis. And that's kind of just snuck in. Like all of a sudden, whoa, wait, Porzingis is back? Because there was a big question of what they were going to do with him. Mm-hmm. I got to be honest, and I could be a total idiot here, but I'm kind of into Porzingis being a Warrior. Now, check back with me in February when he's missed like 40 straight games, and you guys will be like, hey, idiot, how's that deal looking now?
Yeah, I mean, that's been the issue with KP his entire career, going back to when he was drafted as Tingus Pingus with the New York Knicks. And KD dubbed him the unicorn of the league because of what he can do at his size, how he can space the floor. The problem is he's never on the floor. Now, we saw last year in flashes, he had a couple big time games against the Washington Wizards, dropped over 30-something points. So when he's healthy, he can be a factor. But that's a big what if. And my question is, with the Warriors giving him that 2-year deal, $20 million per year, that's cheaper than the contract he was on last year, the contract that he was on after they traded for him, a $30 million deal. But was there going to be a huge market in free agency for Kristaps Porzingis? Were the Warriors bidding against themselves last night?
I got to imagine somebody out there would be intrigued by him. By the way, the second year is a player option.
Yes, it
so
is.
He could duck out after one. But yeah, I don't know. What is the market out there for a Kristaps Porzingis? Good question. I mean, he's the talent. You got to be some GM, and you're like, if you had money to spend and you had a chance to sign him for $20 million, you might do it. You might do it.
Also, real quick, can we talk about the fact that Kristaps Porzingis is going to stay on the Warriors longer than Jonathan Kuminga on the Atlanta Hawks?
Oh my God. We buried the lead.
Yeah,
we buried the lead.
How about that?
Now, I don't know what to make of that. Are they hoping to re-sign him at a lower number, or are they just like, yeah, no, we're good?
Decline the option on Jonathan Kuminga.
$24 million.
And that's after Jonathan Kuminga was the greatest Hawk of all time last year after that trade.
Dude, thank you, Warriors.
Yeah. Uh-huh. And I can't believe the Warriors let Jonathan Kuminga get away.
I would like to do a deeper dive on that, actually, at some point. Somebody from Atlanta, did something happen behind the scenes? Is it strictly a financial thing where they're hoping to bring him back under a different number? Or are they like, no, man, we're good. Take a walk.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, then the Warriors got Porzingis for nothing?
Yeah.
It's like what we hoped the Denver's trade was going to be.
Or maybe Kuminga's buddies were stealing food out in Atlanta again.
Could be the problem.
Yeah, could be his posse stealing food from the team room.
You are listening to KMBR AM and KMBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. All right, what are those who follow the NBA for a living having to say about all this here? Let's check in with a little Bobby Marks, a cut B, Walt, about what makes the Porzingis contract making things a little harder, and it might involve now trades. Moses Moody's name has been brought up here. So, again, that's where we talked about the confusion of everything that can go on. We already talked an hour and a half ago about how if we get into the possibilities of things that can happen, it can get very twisted. But we just know this. They're trying to get it done. And if there is a road to get it done, Joe Lacob and Peter Guber want to get it done. Draymond Green spoke to that in his podcast today. You heard Brian Windhorst say they wanted to do it today. Now, Bobby Marks says signing Porzingis makes things a little more complicated.
Why it's complicated is where Golden State is with salary right now. With the Porzingis contract, they're at $177 million in salary. The first apron hard cap is $209 million. So that basically leaves them $32 million below that number. Remember, Draymond Green opted out of that $27 million number. You're expecting that it's probably going to come in somewhere between that $20 million range. If you sign LeBron James to a $15 million contract, you don't have room to fill out the rest of your roster here. So you will have to go out and make a trade and clear out some room here to do so. Now, the Davis part is also complicated, Nicole, and here's why. What do the Washington Wizards want, right? We forgot about the Wizards here. They're saying here, hey, we traded for Anthony Davis. We would like to extend him here, and they have a lot of leverage here. And if you're the Wizards, and Golden State wants Anthony Davis, you would certainly want to take basically every draft asset they have, including all 3 of their first-round picks.
Okay, good stuff from Bobby Marks there about the apron. It makes it a little bit easier math there. $32 million, and you're going to allot at least 20 to 23 of that for Draymond. We're leaving you like 9 to 12 million, which isn't enough to get the 15 million for LeBron, which means you got to make another move. Does that involve Moses Moody? Do you want to trade Moses Moody? Probably, I guess, if it means you're going to get LeBron. And do you want to trade Jimmy Butler and picks for Anthony Davis? Do the Wizards want to do that and get an expiring contract? Do they actually believe that with Trae Young and Anthony Davis and now AJ DeBanza that they got a chance to build something there in Washington? How about that? To build something there in Washington.
Yeah,
man.
Which sounds like
do they even have a basketball team in Washington, D.C.?
Yeah.
It's so bad.
And that's my question with this Anthony Davis trade rumors, even though we talked to Danny Emmerman yesterday, and he said, from my sources within the building, the Warriors haven't even really reached out about Anthony Davis, which makes it seem to me like a leverage play, which Clutch Sports trying to maybe get some more money for Anthony Davis. And I would assume that the Washington Wizards would want to take everything the Warriors have, including Jimmy Butler and multiple first-round draft picks. And I don't know if that's worth mortgaging the future, because then you'd be talking about a Warriors team 2, 3, 4 years down the road. Maybe Anthony Davis is still on the team. Possibly Steph Curry's retired, LeBron James gone, and you don't have any first-rounders. What do you do then?
So let's just get to the big picture here. Like, what's the best-case scenario here? The best-case scenario to me is you keep Jimmy and you get LeBron.
I would agree.
That's my best case scenario. So now you're going Steph, Jimmy, LeBron, Kristaps, and Draymond. That's pretty good, man.
That's a hell of a 2K lineup. I'd say that. I know. If you turn the injury sliders off, it's a hell of a lineup.
Oh, you can turn injury sliders off?
You don't got to worry about injuries in 2K.
Oh, my God. And now that I know that, man, I'd love to install that button on the back of Kristaps Porzingis.
Oh, I wish.
So that's the best case scenario, keeping Jimmy and bringing LeBron on. And again, then we can just discuss, we get to that point, we can discuss how crazy it is of a pipe dream that they can win a championship with that many old legs when Oklahoma City and San Antonio are out here. Dude, what was Dylan Harper's like 19? Devin.
Don't forget about Stephon Castle.
Stephon Castle's like 20.
Yeah, they're all young.
I mean, they're like, yo, Unc, what are we doing here? But that said, do they want to see LeBron and Steph crossing half court and Jimmy Butler,
We don't want to see that psycho in the Bay.
Exactly. So, the load management and all that. But that's the best case scenario. So how do you get there? Well, now the ball, to me, then that ball goes to LeBron James. What does he want to do with his life? Mm-hmm. Does he want to leave L.A., the gated climbs of Brentwood? Let me tell you, it's nice down there. I went to school down there in West L.A. You drive down Brentwood, Santa Monica Boulevard, all of a sudden it gets really nice, very leafy. There's a lot of gates. So does he want to leave that?
But it's also pretty nice up here in the Bay Area. Wendy did report yesterday that LeBron is focusing on happiness, not on money going into the season. Yes, he's focusing on happiness. And it seems like LeBron James has found his happy place on the golf course, Murph. So maybe all these beautiful courses up here in San Francisco can entice him to maybe get a couple tee times with Steph Curry if he's truly looking to find his happy place.
Here we go. Check into the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. 415 says, all these people bitching about the possibility of LeBron will be the first ones buying his jersey and jumping up and down when him and Steph are kicking ass.
Here's one thing, because I am kind of bitching and complaining about this entire thing playing out if LeBron James does join the Warriors. Now, I agree with your boy Gibby. I think it's box office. I think it's huge. I think it would be the biggest story in the NBA. And because I work in media, I think it's great content for us, just being completely honest with you. But if I'm just a pure Warriors fan that does not work in media, I don't know how I feel about this because of the rivalry between the Warriors and LeBron James. But we also know that rivalry has kind of fizzled out a little bit since LeBron and Draymond are best friends and Steph and LeBron are playing golf together these days.
And then the Olympics, too,
yes.
and all that was so good. 530 says, I'm looking forward to telling my grandkids I got to see Steph Curry and LeBron James on the court the same time at the Chase Center. So that's a positive. Somebody wrote, they get here, 209 said they got the whole Kuminga experience. 2 really good games, 9 bad games.
That's Kuminga.
And 916 says Kuminga family behind the scenes must truly went to absolute town on those dinners, dude.
Smoke a doobie, play a little
Kuminga. Oh, man. 510 says, excuse me, you want to keep all the old folks and you worry about playing a full season. Nobody's going to play a full season. 510 says, I hate LeBron. I don't want him here. Although I admit, I'm interested to see what would happen.
It's a hell of a storyline.
831 says, count me in the not pumped camp. Oh, listen to this one. 559, I'm a Lakers fan. Please take him off my team.
Ooh, but are you truly a Laker fan or are you a LeBron fan? Because we know LeBron fans will follow him wherever he goes, from Cleveland to Miami, back to Cleveland to LA. The LeBron stands will show up here at Chase Center.
How about 925 says, I guess if I can get over, quote, when you try me with a sorry receiver like Crabtree, that's what you're going to get. Then I can get over blocked by James.
Oh, why you got to bring that up? Why you got to bring up those memories?
925, my goodness. 831 says, if LeBron's looking for happiness, look no further than coming to San Francisco, the memory-making business. Let the good times
a lot of memories
roll here. 415 says, let's get the real question. Would Money Green give up number 23 to LeBron?
Yeah, what number would LeBron wear if he joined the Warriors?
925 says, forget light years. We're talking golden years. That's pretty good. 925 says, you guys talk beef, and Richard Sherman joined the Niners. 408 says, tickets about to be $10,000 for nosebleeds if LeBron signs with the Dubs. Of course, you'd have to get a day where they're both healthy and ready to play, right?
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah. So anyway, it's intriguing as hell. We made it our big hit. Listen, today's going to be a big day. We'll see what happens. Does LeBron go back to the Lakers? I mean, Danny Emmerich suggested it's all a leverage play by LeBron to get more money out of the Lakers. Stay in L.A. with his kids. Stay in L.A. with Luka. Stay in L.A. with Austin Reeves. Stay in L.A. with the movie-making business.
And we saw how pissed off Bay Area fans and Giants fans got when Aaron Judge used the Giants as leverage. How much more would this make you hate LeBron James if it turns out that he is simply just using Steph, Draymond, and the Warriors as leverage to get more money with the Lakers?
It's not the same as Aaron Judge coming to the hotel, though, and doing that whole planted camera.
Talking about how much he loves Kruk and Kai. Oh, yeah.
Don't bring that up. 209 says, quote, I'm so mad about LeBron coming to my team. Warriors fans are spoiled AF, signed Sacramento King fan.
Oh, dude, the sadness of the Sacramento Kings, man.
I'm so mad about LeBron coming to my team.
Light the beam.
There you go, man. Good stuff, guys. Well, fun big hit. We'll make it quick because we got Ron Koichik on the other side. He'll give us the journalist perspective of what's going on behind the scenes with Lacob and Goober and Dunleavy and the possibility of this really happening. He knows Steph pretty darn well. He's covered him a lot through the golf world. In fact, Edgewood is coming up here, right? Edgewood in just a couple weeks.
Ooh.
See, Austin Scott's going to be up there, by the way.
Is he really?
Austin Scott from our digital is going to be up there. How does that happen? We used to go every freaking year, and then all of a sudden, Austin Scott's going. Yeah. He's kind of lurking in the background. All of a sudden, I'm going to Edgewood.
Yeah.
Let me tell you what, that's a great event. That's a fantastic, it's glorious. The sunshine, the lake. Oh, my, it's incredible.
Yeah.
Now Austin Scott's going.
Yeah, I was going to riff. We might be at a casino instead.
Oh, my God. See you there, buddy.
Yeah, I'll see you there.
See you in about 2.5 hours. Got to promote that Niner training camp. That's an inside story we'll tell you guys about later.
Right around the corner.
Okay. Ron Koichik next on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
A lot of reaction to our question of the day about whether or not the Warriors should sign LeBron James today in free agency. But for all of Dub Nation that does not want to see LeBron James, what's the backup plan? What's plan B? Let us know your plan for the Warriors offseason. 808-KNBR is the number if you want to give us a call or shoot us a text.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, nuttiness here as NBA free agency officially gets underway at 3 o'clock today. The man covering it for the San Francisco Chronicles, our good friend for years and years, Ron Krojcik. He knows what's up, knows what makes Steph tick, too. If it's not just a golf tee time, that's what makes Steph tick. But let's talk about it with Ron Krojcik on the UMA guest line. Ron, great to catch up with you, buddy. How are you, man?
Hey, Ron.
Good. What's happening, guys?
Dude, LeBron to the Warriors is happening. Maybe, maybe not. So it's kind of funny now at this point, if he goes back to the Lakers, it'll be almost a disappointment for Warriors fans. But given what you know of Joe Lacob, Peter Guber, Steph Curry, Mike Dunleavy, Ron, how much credence are you putting into this possibility?
Good question. There's no question they're going to take the big swing, right? I mean, that's what Lacob's always done. I mean, who thought Kevin Durant was coming to the Warriors, right? That was preposterous before it happened. So I definitely think they're going to try, but there's a big difference between trying and actually happening. I mean, I think the Anthony Davis thing is a pipe dream. There's a lot of stuff that would have to happen for that to come true. But LeBron seems like a more realistic swing if the Lakers don't work out for him. It's hard to know what the chances are of him going back to the Lakers. It certainly sounds like he wants to play another season. So no shortage of stuff to talk about, huh?
No, not at all, Ron. And let's start with Kristaps Porzingis signing a 2-year deal yesterday, $40 million with a player option for the second year. How do you think that move affects the pursuit of LeBron James for the Warriors?
Yeah, it's kind of odd, right? I mean, it doesn't make sense. Not so much the LeBron part, but the Anthony Davis part doesn't make sense if Porzingis is there. And the finances are, dizzying to figure out how that would work. But Porzingis makes sense. The Warriors have struggled at center. They really want someone who can stretch the court and give Steph space. And, Porzingis seemed to do that. Obviously, the challenge is, can he stay healthy? And $20 million in some ways seems like a risk, but in other ways, he made 30 last year, so they kind of got him on a discount in some ways. It shows the injury questions about Porzingis. So yeah, the two things kind of didn't jive. The LeBron rumors and the AD rumors with bringing Porzingis back, but I get why they did it. I mean, they've been trying to solve the center situation, and if they can keep Porzingis healthy, it kind of makes sense for this roster.
Talking to Ron Krojcik, the San Francisco Chronicle, covers the Warriors. Now, you've gotten to know Steph pretty well through the years, especially golf and all that. Just give me your personality sketch of how you see Steph analyzing the whole LeBron thing. What's your best guess of knowing what makes this guy tick, how he truly feels in his heart and soul about the possibility of adding LeBron as a teammate?
I think Steph has deep respect for LeBron, just from covering them in the Olympics and watching them interact. And we all saw, it's been written about, but it's still pretty amazing how Steph, at the height of his powers, the peak of his powers, MVP and all, kind of stepped aside and let Kevin Durant be Kevin Durant. Not many superstars, like maybe none, would have made that work the way Steph did. That worked in that locker room because the best player is a very gracious, selfless person. And it would have to be that way, obviously, if LeBron came, because LeBron's a big personality. And LeBron's, got more ego, I think, than Steph does. So I think Steph's makeup is unique, and it allowed the Kevin Durant thing to work. And for 1 year, it would, be a very interesting sociological study, I guess, for LeBron to be here.
Ron, we know that both Draymond Green and LeBron James are represented by Rich Paul of the Clutch Sports Group, and we've seen their relationship change a lot over the last decade. Now, we got the news the other day, just yesterday, that Draymond Green would be declining his player option. So how much of that do you factor in the LeBron James-Draymond relationship, and do you think Draymond declines that player option for anybody else besides LeBron James?
Well, you got to think the Warriors promised Draymond, to make up, that they would take care of him financially, right? Whether it's $27 million that he declined, or maybe it's $35 million over 2 years. Who knows? But he doesn't decline that much money without some assurances and without that connection to LeBron, right? I mean, I don't think there's any promises LeBron's going to come, but it seems pretty clear from the outside that the Warriors are going to try, and that they probably told Draymond, this is what we're going to try to do, and, you know, that they'll make him whole afterward. I mean, how does, you know, Draymond's smart. He's really smart. He's not turning down $27 million when he can't get that much money anywhere else. So the only way he turns that down is if he knows they're making some, you know, dramatic efforts to get better, and that they're also going to, you know, take care of him financially. So, and he kind of said that. He was cryptic on his podcast last night, but he said that the reason basically he declined the option was to give the Warriors a chance to get to improve the team. So
yeah, we were saying, you know, then there's reality. Like, hey man, I got to get mine at some point in time.
Right, right.
Money makes the world go round, baby. Ron
It sure does.
Ron Kwarczyk is the voice you hear. San Francisco Chronicle covers the Warriors among other things, and he's gotten to know Steph pretty well through golf, talking about Steph's graciousness and selflessness and all that. That leads to another player in this drama we really haven't mentioned. That's Steve Kerr. He was the Olympic coach, so he's coached them both. You know, his whole drama played out, you know, a month or 6 weeks ago, and you've known Kerr pretty well too. Do you imagine Kerr is like Curry, like, hey man, I'm a wide open, open-hearted West Coast guy. Bring on LeBron. I've coached him before. I mean, do you see Kerr as all go, or would there be any potential for conflict with Kerr?
I don't know if there'd be I mean, sure, there's potential for conflict. I don't think, though. I think he'd be open to it, but my suspicion is he'd be a little more wary than Steph of the potential pitfalls. But he also knows what kind of player LeBron. I mean, LeBron is a great player, and he's not just a great player and going to get his own points. You know, he's a good passer, obviously, a great passer. You know, he does other things. I mean, the question is all this worth it at 40? What, he's going to be 42 in December? You know, and does he really want to do this for? I don't know, but I think Kerr also came away from the Olympics. I mean, he said it publicly with fresh respect for LeBron and seeing how serious he was about those Olympics, how he prepared. I mean, there's a reason LeBron and Steph have been as successful as they have been. I mean, they work really hard at it. It's a combination of incredible talent and incredible work. So I think Steve would make it work. I think he probably has some reservations, but you know, it's the Warriors' way to take these big swings. So we'll see if they connect.
Ron, the last piece of the puzzle we have to ask you about is Jimmy Butler, because his name has popped up a bunch in potential Anthony Davis trade rumors, but the Warriors have also said that they're not interested in trading Jimmy Butler. But my question is, with him being on an expiring contract and him recovering from that ACL injury, is that the right strategy to take with Jimmy Butler?
Yeah, good question. I just can't see, maybe I'm being naive here, I just can't see why the Wizards would do that. You know, why someone else would take a $56 million contract when the guy's not going to play. I mean, it's one thing when it was DeAnthony Melton and it was $3 million, you know, an expiring contract, and he had torn his ACL, much like Jimmy. I think the Warriors are likely, I think the AD thing's not going to happen. I'd be shocked. I mean, it just seems like there's a lot of moving parts. You gotta get the Wizards to agree to it. You gotta probably sign Davis to a max extension, which seems risky. You gotta kind of burn your relationship with Butler. I don't know. I'm skeptical. But I also see the logic in that Steph Curry's 38, is going to be 39 next March. You don't want to squander any more Steph seasons, right? You don't know how many more you got left. And for this coming season, Jimmy's out probably till February, right? I think he had the surgery February 9th, if I'm not mistaken. You know, and in Melton's case, it took a full year, like exactly a full year from the surgery to come back. And Jimmy's older. I mean, he's one of the oldest players to try to come back from an ACL. So most of this season is going to be without Jimmy. And that obviously makes it way more challenging for the Warriors to become relevant as contenders.
Last one for me, Ron, is an ex-Warrior, Jonathan Kuminga. had his option declined by the Atlanta Hawks.
Yep.
Now, I don't know. Is there a possibility they re-sign him, I don't know, to a lower deal, longer? I don't know. Or Mark Spears has reported that the Sacramento Kings are interested. And, you covered Kuminga, and everybody always said,
Right.
he's a good kid, he's a good kid, he's a good kid, he's a good kid. And Kerr didn't fit his system. He didn't fit Kerr's system. I don't know. What was your reaction to the Hawks declining Kuminga? And is it your gut that he would re-sign there or the Kings, or is he a wayward soul? What's going on?
Is it rude to say I laughed when I heard that?
We all kind of,
we all did.
kind of a ironic chuckle, I guess, right?
Yes, exactly. Well put, Murph. You should be a writer, man. That's good. I mean, my joke in the press room last night, we were at Chase for the summer league stuff, was what's the over under on how much Kuminga gets? Because he's not getting anywhere near $24 million, which is what the team option they declined. I mean, he's obviously extraordinarily talented, and I think he is a nice kid. He's a kid. He's young. And, he came here with very little high-level basketball experience, so it's not a surprise it took a while, and it's probably going to take longer for him to become a complete NBA player. I don't know, $8 million, $10 million, who's going to take a flyer on him? It won't be the Warriors. I'm pretty sure of that.
Say the Warriors, maybe? I don't know.
I don't think so. I think that might be an amendment in Mr. Kerr's contract. But I mean, he kind of fit the Hawks in some ways, right? They're young and athletic, and they got a ton of wings who, maybe they just didn't want that price. To your point, Murph, I would think from afar it kind of makes sense to try to get him at a for the Hawks to get him at a lower salary. I mean, the Hawks are kind of an intriguing team now, aren't they? They've gotten a bunch of interesting players, and young players and really good players. So I don't know. Kuminga always struck me, and again, I don't know if this is too blunt, but he struck me as a 20-point game, 20 points per game on a bad team.
Yeah, one of those guys, like a Wizards, like a, yeah. By the way, the Hawks,
or a King.
Well,
honestly.
there you go. There you go. You talk about the Hawks intriguing. Are they the only team, Marcus, that had a lead on the Knicks in the postseason?
Yeah, they were up
2 games to 1
in that series. Yeah. And now, Ron.
That's a great stat. That's interesting.
Yeah, how about that?
Kuminga's Hawks.
Also, what else is interesting to me about this whole Jonathan Kuminga situation? The Warriors just drafted a player that's older than Jonathan Kuminga.
Well, it's funny. It's for you. I was going to drop this on you guys at the end of the thing. I'm jumping in on Marcus. Did you see the birthdays? Yaxel Landenberg, September 30, 2002. John Kuminga, October 6, 2002. They're 6 days apart.
6 days apart. Well, Ron, you mentioned Summer League last night. What were your first takeaways of getting to talk to Yaxel, seeing him in person, and your overall thoughts on the Warriors spending that draft pick on him?
Oh, man, he's a big personality and a great quote. I mean, selfishly, that's my first thought is he's a great quote. So we'll see how long that lasts before he says something that gets him in trouble. Right. But everybody's talking about, the other players who came in last night talked about how impressive he was in practice, how much bigger he is than they realized. I mean, it seems like a good fit. It's kind of what the Warriors needed. They needed some size. They needed a player who can do multiple things, play on both ends of the court. He can bring the ball up the court at times. He can pass. He's not just a one-trick pony. Which, is kind of what Kuminga is. Kuminga's really good at going to the basket. I mean, he's extraordinarily athletic and talented at getting to the hoop. But there's other things you need to do. And that's what the Warriors needed, someone who was multidimensional. And it seems like Landenberg makes a lot of sense for them. So we'll find out quickly enough. He's going to play, I think, Friday night at Chase in the first Summer League game.
Friday night. Let's go. All right, good stuff, Ron. Great catching up with you. Love reading the stuff in the Chronicle, and all the best to you, buddy.
Yeah, thanks, Ron.
Likewise. Congrats on your Navy son.
Oh, awesome. Thanks. Yeah, man. It's been quite an exciting journey. It's the real deal out there, Ron. It's the real deal.
Thank God he took after his mother. That's all I
Oh, dude, trust me. He was in the water like his mom. He's in the water like his mom. That's for sure. And the brains. Boy, oh, boy. That is a true story, buddy. No argument here. All right. And same with Trevin, whose outstanding athleticism came strictly from Andrea. All right. So
yes, you got it. Take care, guys.
All right, but take care. Ron's kid was actually a really good high school basketball player at Camp Lindo, and I think they won the state championship, or
Okay.
at least in the state final. He was a good player.
Nice. Hell yeah.
No, Ron, you know what? Unfortunately about Ron, he's a pretty good athlete. He's a good golfer.
Unfortunately.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, like, I would love to have another fellow sports writer be a schlub like me, but he's one of those ones who's actually pretty good. I've seen him hit a golf ball. I'm like, okay, he's good.
Yeah, but was he quarterbacking the UCLA Bruin newspaper team in
Dude,
college?
you know what?
See, I got love for my guy.
The Daily Bruin QB, buddy.
Tell him.
12-6 win in the Blood Bowl.
Did he ever hit a curveball up the middle off 2
What do
minutes
you need
ago?
to know?
Huh?
Two
What does he need
things.
to know?
Well, you know what, buddy?
Yeah, see, this is what I'm here for.
Thank you, buddy. Well, how do you explain my round at Waterville where I shot like 150?
That I cannot explain.
All right. I'm going to try to play better today. I'm playing today with Marky Mark. We'll see if we can play better. Thanks for sticking up for me. The 12-6 win over the Daily Trojan in the Blood Bowl. It will live forever,
The Blood
buddy.
Bowl, Walter. The Blood Bowl.
Oh, dude. The Blood Bowl. They can't ever take it away, man. They can't ever take it away. All right, guys. Cooler and content, Andy Baggerly, all coming up on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the sports leader.
Hey, let's talk about Amici's Pizza and Soccer. Let's go, baby. Amici's East Coast Pizzeria, world's biggest soccer tournament all week, and we're in the elimination round, so games are scheduled mornings, afternoons, evenings. Amici's the place to go. All the matches on their multiple big screen TVs. You can have a feast and watch the games, or have a home watch party. Have the food delivered to your home or business while watching the games. You just use the Amici's app, or you order at amicis.com to get the quickest delivery at the lowest price. If you're doing a big old party, like maybe tomorrow night for a certain game at 5 o'clock down in Santa Clara, you can have a catering menu for larger style items, larger size items. Enjoy buffet style, the flame roasted chicken wings. I love the pastas, the salads, the Detroit style pizzas. It's all good. So it's a perfect week to feast on Amici's, whether it's in person, home delivery, or even the catering. It's all there. So when you want to score the Bay Area's best pizza to go with the world's biggest soccer tournament, you know where to go. 2 words, baby. Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something. Yeah, baby!
Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All righty. Cooler and content sponsored by Marin Health, with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health world-class care, closer than you think. Andy Baggerly is going to join us in about 13 minutes to talk about this mess of a baseball team, which can't beat Arizona. 0-7 against the Diamondbacks. Somebody wrote in and said, hey, man, don't feel bad. The expansion 1993 Rockies went 0-13 against the Atlanta Braves. Now, Giants historians know this is an extraordinarily painful stat because the Giants finished out of the NL West title by one game that year. And all we need was one freaking win by the Rockies over the Braves all the way up into game 162 when the Braves finished off their 13th straight win over the Rockies. And I was like, yeah, that was an expansion team against a dynasty team. Why are the Giants losing 7 straight to the Diamondbacks?
Good question.
No pride. Where's the competitive pride? You got to draw a line in the sand and kick somebody's ass, man. It's like Pat Riley used to say that. He said, my dad told me there comes a time in life you got to draw a line on the ground and stand your ground and kick somebody's ass.
Yeah, that would be nice, but instead, the Giants are not an expansion team. They're dealing with an expansion bullpen that can't get anybody out right now.
What about a base runner who doesn't know the count?
Yeah, I mean, that's a problem too.
Kuiper said he's no excuse.
What about a pitcher who doesn't know his pitch count? Yeah, that's a problem also.
Let's get back to the cooler of content.
Yeah, let's jump in the cooler.
Jackson Flora could solve everything. He's a kid out of Foothill High School in Pleasanton, who went to UC Santa Barbara, good baseball program down there. And he is a potential top 5 pick in the MLB draft, which is July 11.
Right around the corner.
You and I are in agreement.
Yeah.
We both want him.
I want him.
And all the Giants are linked to are these high school shortstops, Grady Emerson out of Texas and Jacob Lombard out of, I think, Mississippi. Dude, they got enough shortstops, don't they?
Dude, their top 4 prospects in the system are all middle infielders.
How many pitchers?
not a lot. Like, they got a few at the AAA level, but not much deeper than that.
So do we have video on this, Walt? Yes? Okay, so he was on Dallas Braden's pod.
Hey, what's up, Dallas?
Dallas Braden, Mr. Perfecto on Mother's Day. And Jackson Flora with Dallas Braden about growing up in the East Bay as a Giants fan. Let's go. Let's dig in here.
So, dude, growing up in Pleasanton, who was your squad? Which side of the Bay?
I was a Giants fan growing up. My dad was a Giants fan. Took me to the Giants games all the time. We watched them win 3 World Series, I think it was.
There you go, cook.
Yeah, I got to make fun of all my buddies that were A's fans during that time.
Wow.
This is awesome.
The stadium was super cool.
You ever make it to the Coliseum?
Oh, yeah, once or twice. For a monster truck jam. Yeah, that was pretty cool. I would go there, too, for the Warriors games right next door.
Was that like a setup? Was that like an alley-oop? Trust me, I would not have even asked the question if I knew that these were any of the answers.
No, I'm joking. I'd root for the A's, too.
My goodness. So,
Kid's got a little flavor.
Yes, he does.
Good-looking kid, got a little sense of humor, riffing, poised.
I mean, I was already all in on Flora. Now I want him even more.
I agree. I totally agree.
Yeah.
The last 30 seconds changed my stock. My stock is even freaking, the arrow goes up.
He's the best pitcher available in the draft. He's a Giants fan. He's from the Bay Area. It all adds up to me.
They need pitching.
Make the blank and pick.
It's like you guys wanted to trade Logan Webb.
Oh,
Walter wants to trade Logan Webb.
Walter and JD. JD was big on that a couple weeks ago, too, when you were out.
Stop.
I'm not here for that.
Stop.
I'm not here for it.
So anyway, with the 4th pick in the Major League Baseball draft, the San Francisco Giants select Jackson Flora, pitcher, UC Santa Barbara. Don't overthink it. Wait,
You ever make it to the Coliseum?
Oh, yeah, once or twice. For a monster truck jam.
Great timing, too, by Flora
Pausing,
there.
the timing.
Yeah. A lot better than the sound bites we had from Tyler Malley this morning.
Oh, dude. You know what that timing's reminiscent of, Walt? Is a comedian talking about the pants. Are the pants ready?
Ooh.
We say no. Could you come back Thursday? See, it's all about timing.
It is.
It's all about timing.
Timing is everything in
Look
life.
at me swerving off the road to make Walt find that and play it. About my pants that were stuck in the dryer and still stuck in the dryer in Annapolis, Maryland.
They still haven't found a way
I don't know. This woman says she's going to mail the pants.
Yeah, that's when that cycle becomes complete.
When's the last time? I wonder if you could have figured it out. You're a smart guy. You could have figured it out.
Yeah, I would have
Candace
found a
is so
way.
smart she couldn't figure it out.
I'm shocked.
And we went on ChatGPT, dude.
I would have found like a crowbar or something.
Well, see, we didn't want to damage
but
the...
then you're getting charged at the Airbnb.
Yeah, and it was a great Airbnb. We want to stay there again sometimes. Steps away from McGarvey's great pub. Here's timing, like Jackson Flora level timing here.
And they say, are the pants ready? We say no. Could you come back Thursday?
So it's all about timing. It's all about timing. There it is.
Come
right there.
back Thursday.
You ever make it to the Coliseum?
Oh yeah, once or twice. For a monster truck jam.
There it is. Same thing. Same thing.
Let it breathe.
All right. Marcus, Max Crosby, what a season he had. What an off season he had.
Yeah, the forever Baltimore Ravens.
He flew into BWI like I do now, and except for I stayed. He left.
Yeah, after that awkward kind of facility tour he had with the Ravens.
So now, what event was he at here? And he was recruited. Some kid tried to get him to go to the Niners.
Yeah, not sure if this was like a live Rush podcast or just an event that he was out signing for, but we have a young 49er fan that has been asking the question that all 49er fans have asking. This is another story that popped up when you were on vacation, that the Eagles and the 49ers were hot on the case to trade for Max Crosby.
Is this, do we have a video here? Yeah? Okay, check it out.
What's up? Have you picture? There you go.
Bro, I literally made a post about you like a couple weeks ago, so I gotta ask for the faithful. Would you please join the 49ers?
I can't. Hey, I still appreciate you doing your homework, though. You never know. You're the best, though.
You never know.
I can't.
Have you picture? There you go.
Leaving the door open.
I literally made a post about you like a couple weeks ago.
And I love the fact
What's
that
she doing posts? So she's like 8 years old. Why is she posting?
Because everybody's on social media. And I immediately thought about
So I gotta ask for the faithful.
I can't. Hey, I still appreciate you doing your homework.
I thought about you and your kids immediately because she said, bro.
You're
I
the
literally
best,
made a
though.
post because, these kids are saying bro before every sentence these days.
Bro, that's what they call mom.
Yeah, let's drop a bro on mom.
So Candace got a
I literally made a post about you like a couple weeks ago.
It's a coffee mug. It's like a Yeti coffee mug. And it says mama, and it says mommy, and it says mom.
I can't.
And it says,
hey, I still appreciate you.
No, it doesn't. Because that's the evolution.
You never know. You're the best,
mama, mommy, mom, bruh. She likes the mug. She got it from others now.
Bro, I literally made a post about you like
Hey, bro, make me some pancakes.
So I gotta ask for the faithful. Would you, bro, please join the 49ers?
Hell of a pancake maker. Here we go. Paraguay. They freaking
Hey, I still appreciate you.
They beat the Germans.
Germany had never lost a penalty shootout in the World Cup.
Wow.
Ever.
Until
we saw the choke in the guy. Poor guy. Airmailed that thing to Providence, said Holler.
Oh, man.
So Paraguay fans, they lost the video feed during the penalty kick and came back to absolute chaos?
This is unreal.
Okay, here's the video here. If you watch it on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, check it out. Oh, my God, dude. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, they lost the video. They lost the video. They lost the video. Now it's back. Yeah. They saw they scored.
Talk about a bad time to not pay your cable bill.
I mean, listen, is Xfinity a sponsor these days? I'm not sure. Tommy used to do it all the time.
Yeah, I haven't heard it.
Anyway, I'm having a buffering problem with my Xfinity. Are you guys having a buffering problem with your Xfinity? You are, Walt. You are? Yeah?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, yesterday, you saw the TVs yesterday. We weren't able to.
No, I'm talking about home and your home one. Do you have that?
Here in studio, all the TVs were down yesterday.
It's freezing at brutal times. I can't imagine being a Paraguay fan in the penalty kick. And that's unacceptable. I'm talking about Victor Barracono not knowing the count is unacceptable. My cable buffering during my country's World Cup penalty shootout is intergalactically unacceptable.
And for people not watching the video, this was the final penalty kick that won the entire match.
I'm going to need free cable for life. Dude, Adam Silver for life. 100%. After you're buffering.
And it cut out completely. It cut out completely. It wasn't buffering. Like, you weren't like anticipating. It was complete darkness.
Well, even at first, it just has the message across the screen, but the message is blocking the actual action. And as soon as he kicks the ball, it just goes pitch black.
But I mean, thank God they had a happy ending, but still, you want to talk about it. Absolute madness. I mean, listen, we're paying you for a service. Give me the freaking penalty kick.
I mean, the bar at that point needs to give out like free shots, free beer, something. You got to reward the patrons.
And they come back and they see Paraguay celebrating. So, I mean, all's well that ends well, I guess. But man, oh man, I'd lose my mind. All right, good one. Good cooler of content. Let's go to Andy Baggerly and dive in on this, what he called amateur hour with the Giants. Next on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the sports leader. Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
Hey, let's talk about Kalshi and the world's biggest soccer tournament. You can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from way back in the opening stage all the way to the upcoming final. For example, let's talk about winning the World Cup. Mexico is trading at over 1% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $6,000 if they win soccer's biggest prize. Let's talk about Brazil, the canary yellow of Brazil. To win the World Cup, trading at over 8% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $1,100 if they win soccer's biggest prize. So, listen, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. So, for a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use the code MURPH, M-U-R-P-H, to get $10 when you trade 10. Okay? K-A-L-S-H-I, Kalshi. Trade the beautiful game. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
I'm from Bosnia, take me to America. I really want to see Statue of Liberty.
Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All righty, let's talk about this, mysterious baseball team. Is that the right word? Mysterious? Is dreary another right word? Well, Andy Baggerly had strong words in his piece advertising the trade deadline, calling amateur hour. It's tough to argue. All stuff we can talk about with Andy Baggerly. He's sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. Down in Arizona where the Giants lost their 7th consecutive game out of 7 tries to the Arizona Diamondbacks. Andy Baggerly from The Athletic on the UMA guest line. Good morning, Andrew. How are you?
Hey, what's up, Bags?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Well, I mean, we're using this LeBron James story to distract ourselves from the dreariness of the Giants Diamondbacks futility. Before we get into some other stuff, let's start there. I mean, there's matchups and then there's matchups. How do the Diamondbacks, who are 10 games under when they're not playing the Rockies or the Giants, own the Giants so comprehensively?
Yeah, I mean, it's almost been a little bit of everything. There's been a game where they've scored 4 runs in the 9th and walked them off. They've boat raced them by 10 runs. I asked Tony Vitello that question last night. I said, do you kind of see any common thread in these 7 games? Which is a tough question to ask a manager right after they've lost a game, right? Can you pull back the lens for me? And he really had an answer very quickly, and I thought it was the answer I was thinking of too. It's that they've basically lost the walks battle. I mean, in every game, they have not outwalked the Diamondbacks. And when you look at the big innings that Arizona has put up, and including last night when they, got the 3-run double, the innings are fueled by walks, and then they get the one big hit. The Giants have made a lot of hard contact. They had a lot of good bats yesterday, but they just weren't up in enough situations where they could really do damage. And if they had drawn some more walks, then you do that. And you don't just wave a magic wand and be like, okay, we're going to draw more walks today. But, when you play out half a season and you've drawn the fewest in the league and your pitchers have issued the second most in the league, in the National League, that is, that's a problem. That's kind of a systemic issue, and it's been a consistent issue with this team, and it certainly has been in these games against the Diamondbacks, and that is one hell of a way to backslide. I mean, Bob Melvin probably would be the manager of this team right now if they didn't go, 7-19 against the Dodgers and Padres last year. So, to now go back and be 0-7 against the Diamondbacks is definitely not what they were looking to do.
Bags, we saw walks last night. We saw bad base running by Victor Barracoda. We saw some miscommunication about Tyler Mahle not knowing whether or not he was on a pitch count. It was also about a week or so ago where we saw the Rafael Devers incident over at first base, him giving the finger wag to Tony Vitello when he tried to put in a pinch runner for him. So how badly does this all reflect on Tony Vitello and his coaching staff?
Well, the fact that Tyler Mahle didn't know he was on a pitch count certainly doesn't reflect well on anybody. It doesn't reflect well on him either, because he should have known better, and he said that. He said, hey, look, I should realize that I threw 70 pitches in my first start back from missing a month on the injured list, and, it should have occurred to me. And he also said he didn't even know where his pitch count was in that 5th inning. So, definitely those are some spacey-headed moments that you wonder, why he wasn't more focused on the task at hand there. And you do allow for the possibility that maybe that was even communicated to him and he just didn't register with him. But that's a hard thing to miss if you're a pitcher, is to be told in a pregame meeting, look, you're on an 85-pitch limit. And it was a hard 85-pitch limit, too. I mean, the second that he hit there, the plan was to go to Sam Hentges and get him out of the game, and that's exactly what they did. So, it's not very reflective of really good, clear communication, and that's been an issue in a lot of respects. It was an issue with the Pride Day caps, not letting players know exactly what their rights or responsibilities were, that day. And Rob Manfred said as much. So, yeah, it's been an ongoing issue. That's one thing that you could really count on in the Gabe Kapler administration, is they communicated a ton, probably exhaustively so, but it means that stuff like this didn't get missed. So, yeah, there's a lot that they're going to have to go through and be better at, because there's just been a lot of loose threads around this team the first half of this season.
Is there ever been, I don't know how much you guys have really gotten to have time with Tony where you guys can just shoot the breeze, notebooks down, and I don't know you wouldn't want to betray any off-the-record conversations, but has there been any have you sensed any acknowledgement on his part, like, damn, I've been biffing this and I've been biffing that, and my team's not as tight as I wish it was, and, this is all moving pretty fast, blah, blah. I mean, is there any acknowledgement at the speed and everything, like, I got to get better at blank?
Early on, it was kind of funny. Even if you go back down to the winter meetings, he would joke and say, I have no idea what I'm doing here. And there was kind of a very refreshing honesty about it. How he kind of realized that he was totally a fish out of water. I think maybe once the season started, I don't know if maybe you realize that's not a good look. You're the manager. You're supposed to be the person in command and control. I can only speak personally. I don't have a whole lot of off-the-record interactions with him. And people ask me all the time what he's like. And I don't know. It's hard to make a characterization of somebody when you know them on just one professional level. Obviously, we don't see what goes on in the clubhouse, etc. I would say with us in the media, anyway, he's obviously very cooperative. He's out there for all of his sessions. He's on time. He answers all of our questions. Sometimes, obviously, in his own special roundabout way, but he does answer everything. I wouldn't say that he's personable, and he doesn't owe that to us, right? He doesn't owe it to us to be chummy or chatty, but there is very little sort of personable interaction, which means, there really hasn't been much of that relationship forming where, he can say after the cameras are off, gosh, I really wish we'd done this differently or whatever. And it's hard to form those relationships right away, right? Especially when you're coming from an entirely different walk of or segment of baseball. So, and I'm sure he's figuring out who he can trust and who he can't trust and all that other stuff. So, no, I guess that would be the long way to answer your question. I haven't gotten a whole lot of that from him.
Yeah, and it's I kind of am sort of baffled by his, like they call it, somebody called it like the Tennessee porch persona versus the fact that he doesn't really chop it up with you guys. But anyway, something to discuss. Hey, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Bags, it's been a couple of weeks since we've had you on the show, and it was about 2 weeks ago where multiple reports came out that the Giants would listen to offers on Matt Chapman, Willie Adames, and Rafael Devers. But my question is, with the size of those contracts and the no-trade clauses that they have, do you see the Giants being able to move on from any of these contracts?
I mean, I don't expect that they will. It's going to take some heavy lifting. It's going to take some creativity. It's going to take some willing trade partners. And I think that, the Giants are not in a very leveraged position, obviously, when it comes to moving those contracts. And I think if they, want to do that, I think right now another team would basically have the ball in their court to make demands on how much of the freight gets paid. I mentioned this before. I forget if I've mentioned it with you guys, but I couldn't blame Buster Posey if he thinks back to 2021 and how bad those teams were before the pandemic. And the same kind of core players, you're talking Evan Longoria, Buster Posey, Brandon Bell, Brandon Crawford, those guys all had a big dead cat bounce year in 2021. And there was a lot that went right on the margins of that roster, a lot that went right. A lot of good, investments and shrewd moves, the Kevin Gossmans of the world, that helped that team be as good as it was. But I mean, the fuel in that engine was that core that looked like it was just ready to be torn apart a couple of years earlier. So, you don't want to just make a summary judgment on what essentially was like a 5-year plan after 80 games, and especially when it's going to cause you to pay most of the salaries or even attach prospects to get teams to pay down some of the salaries. So, that's why I don't think at the end of the day any of those guys are going to be moved. It would just take too much of a perfect storm. But then again, I would imagine that the Red Sox probably thought there's no chance they could move Devers, who was still coming off a more productive season than what he's doing in the first half this year. But that happened, and that shocked everyone. So, never really discount the possibility of anything like that happening. But I think the much more likely trade deadline for the Giants is that they move their impending free agents, and we're still a ways away from those talks really heating up.
There's so many different things we can ask you about, Andy. I'm going to throw a dart at the catcher position. They traded Pat Bailey, obviously. I just looked. Bailey actually hitting .239 in the month of June. Still no pop. His OPS is .590, but the Giants would probably take .239 in the month of June. Anyway, point is that, listen, we all like Dan Susak as a prospect, but you can see he's a raw defensive catcher. Eric Haas is more of a bat than a glove. They just brought up Drew Kavanaugh. I mean, I don't know right now, from your perspective, they know what, Buster Posey theoretically knows the catcher position. He knew what he was doing when he traded Patrick Bailey, but it's pretty glaring to the naked eye how bad they are behind the dish. What's your read on that situation, that depth chart? And, do they have the catcher of the future on the roster right now? Or is that something, I don't know, they even address in the draft or in a trade market? Or what's your read of the fallout of the Bailey trade?
Well, this team has really, if there's a couple things that, there are definitely some themes that you question why they did what they did. Why did they hire the manager they did? Why did they, make the Devers trade? Now you've got Jung Hoo Lee playing center field where, he kind of showed you he was not a league average center fielder last year, but he's out there because they want to have Ramos and Schmidt in the outfield. Well, now Schmidt has to play shortstop for now. We'll see how long that lasts. But anyway, my point is they've made concessions kind of again and again to their defense to try to get more offense. And that's just not the way that successful Giants teams have been built in the past. I mean, it's been pitching and defense. And we all know that you can second guess, and everybody first guessed that he didn't make enough investments on the pitching side, whether it was the back end of the rotation or the bullpen this offseason. And that certainly has been borne out to be a problem. And like you said, they subtracted a 2-time Gold Glove catcher when, his bat just became something they decided they couldn't tolerate anymore. And maybe there's some other things behind the scenes. Maybe when we go to Cleveland, we'll get some truth serum, and Patrick Bailey can reveal some other things to us about that. But I think principally it was this is a guy who thought that he could rest on the laurels of his framing metrics and wasn't improving in enough other areas that really that to the Giants' liking. So. But yeah, you're right. Now Daniel Susak is dealing with a bad back, and I do think that the back, has been something that's bothered him most of the year on and off, and that probably has contributed to maybe any times he hasn't looked that great defensively, because I think this guy does have the potential to be a good defender. And I think your read on Haas is correct. He's a backup who's bat first, and we'll see about Kavanaugh. It's a nice story. Certainly you have light expectations for someone who was couldn't even get the starting job for a year at Class A San Jose, but he's kept at it. Good for him. Stuck his nose in there, and he's really done a good job on both sides of the wall. Talking to his college coach at Florida Southern, Lance Negro, they knew he was a premium defender from the moment he first walked into their program. So so we'll see. But yeah, it's a lot of choices that you'd have to say are curious, because they keep making concessions to the defense to try to add offense, and you're trying to add offense to a team that still has drawn the fewest walks in the National League, and it's just really, really hard to be a consistent offensive team, when you're just so reliant on batted ball.
Last night we saw Casey Schmidt play shortstop with Willie Adames dealing with that lower back injury. It also sounds like Christian Koss is out in Arizona with the team as a backup plan. Do you expect there to be an IL stint for Willie Adames?
Well, they're going to wait and see. They were going to give it a day to see how he felt. The MRI was reassuring because there was nothing obvious that you needed to be calmed down in terms of discs and stuff like that. I'm not going to play, Google doctor, other than to say that there was no major structural damage found. That's sort of my stock answer when an MRI comes back positive. So that's good. They give it a day with some treatment, some rest, and see if he's good to go today. But yeah, this is not a situation that they can afford for him to be day-to-day or maybe available, not available off the bench. I mean, Jonah Cox was their emergency shortstop yesterday, and he's an outfielder. So, it's a good thing nothing happened to Casey Schmidt in yesterday's game, because it seems like the ball finds you in those situations. So it's not something they can really linger on for a week. I mean, if Adames can't play today, I do think they're going to have to give him a 10-day timeout. But they're all trying like heck to figure out a way to get him on the field, and I'm sure nobody wants to do that more than Willie Adames does.
We will follow your reporting closely on that. Last one before we let you go, Andy, is Perry Manassian gets fired in Anaheim. Bad tenure, 5 years, 108 games under 500, and any number of problems with the Angels culture. Anyway, and Carlos Mendoza fired, Mets manager. Big deal in New York, obviously. Anyway, it's firing season. Is your radar up for the Giants that they might do something?
No, I don't think so. I mean, obviously they made the move with the third base coach. That's something that they kind of had to do because there was a loss of faith there, which is too bad how that played out, but it played out the way it did. And Gary Pettis has been good. He's been a good addition so far, in limited opportunities to make decisions. So, but no, I don't get that sense. It shouldn't really be firing season. I mean, I guess it's on brand for the Angels to make a change at the top of baseball operations, a month before the draft and the trade deadline. Not sure how that's going to work out for them. But obviously John Mozeliak comes in and, he's not going to go, he's going to be relying on the people he's got and the information they've already collated and analyzed when they figure out what they're going to do in the draft. This is a big decisions to make. So yeah, the timing I think was just kind of, par for the course for the Angels. I mean, obviously the issues there are at the top. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows Artie Moreno just kind of does what Artie does. And when you have that reputation as an organization, it can be tough to shake. And I think the surprising thing is that there are people around the game who are wondering about the Giants now and just what's going on there, when it looked like when Buster Posey took over, you were going to have someone who was stable, who absolutely got it, who communicated, who understood so many nuances of the game, who would kind of have the heart and the soul of the franchise in the right place, understanding it's an entertainment business as well as a winning business. And there have been some big missteps, but I don't necessarily think that there's going to be any heads rolling here anytime soon. It just doesn't make sense. And the Angels did it, but I mean, that's the Angels.
Well, you're right about that. And for a future conversation too, about just, how it's going for Buster. We'll see what the next week brings. So appreciate the reporting, appreciate the convo, Andy, and we'll do it next week.
Yeah, thanks, Bags.
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks, guys. Appreciate the time.
Yep, Andrew Baggerly. Yeah, we can get into that. The bigger picture will come into focus as we get deeper and deeper into the season. But speaking of big picture, Walt, oh my goodness, in the middle of Andy's last answer there, Shams Charania tweets, breaking, all caps, LeBron James will continue his NBA career in the 2026-2027 season. That was a question. Is he going to play? Here's the other part. He's informed the LA Lakers that the franchise can move on without him because he will play elsewhere. Ooh. Clutch Sports CEO Rich Paul tells ESPN, oh, baby.
Here we go.
Dominoes are falling. Dominoes are falling. 808 KNBR, line them up. Let's do it on the other side on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, The Sports Leader. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Breaking news that is so nice you gotta hear it twice. According to Shams Charania, LeBron James will not retire and he will not be playing for the LA Lakers next season. 808 KNBR. Is this actually happening? Is LeBron James going to join Steph Curry and Draymond Green and Steve Kerr here in the Bay? Man, oh man. Give us your reactions at 808 KNBR if you want to give us a call or shoot us a text.
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure?
Stay calm!
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
I think the focus right now is, can they get LeBron James away from the Los Angeles Lakers? That's something they're going to try to get done today. Whether or not they can pull it off, let's wait and watch.
Taco Tuesday!
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure?
Stay calm!
Oh, man. 1 minute you're talking to Andy Baggerly about the Giants catching situation, and the next minute LeBron James is damn near a Golden State Warriors. So buckle up, everybody. Good rejoin, Walt. You heard a little Brian Windhorst. You heard a little Taco Tuesday. It is a Taco Tuesday. We opened the show.
Taco Tuesday!
We opened the show by joking about how it was a Tuesday, and LeBron likes his Tuesdays.
Mm-hmm.
And man, oh man, if you just missed it, if you're just getting in your car, Shams Charania has tweeted out the next domino. Yesterday's domino was Draymond Green turning down his player option to open up financial flexibility for the Warriors, possibly to pursue LeBron James. And now the domino falls, quote, breaking, LeBron James will continue his NBA career for the 2026-2027 season. That was a question. Would he retire? And he has informed the LA Lakers that the franchise can move on without him because he will play elsewhere, Clutch Sports CEO Rich Paul tells sources. Meanwhile, he adds a second tweet saying after 8 seasons with the Lakers, including leading the franchise to the 2020 NBA championship, that was a Fugazi championship, by the way.
Yeah, put an asterisk on it.
James departs and now enters free agency, set to join a new team. What team could that be, Marcus? The Denver Nuggets? The San Antonio Spurs?
Yeah.
Anyway, he goes on. This is Shams Charania of ESPN. Lakers president Rob Pelinka and Rich Paul spoke a short time ago about the 4-time champion's plans. Sources said James chose to inform the Lakers well before the start of free agency tonight out of courtesy and appreciation for their run together and to allow LA to conduct its off-season business. One more tweet from Shams, who's on fire. The Lakers expressed to James that they wanted him back, but the NBA's all-time leading scorer decided to move on elsewhere.
Wow. Wow.
Well, I mean, like, so step 1, Draymond opens up the money. Step 2, LeBron tells the Lakers, I'm not coming. Step 3, I don't know, is it going to happen during Silver and Papa 10-2? Is it going to happen during Dirty Work 2-6? It's going to happen today, huh?
It sounds like there's a real possibility that LeBron's going to make an announcement on Taco Tuesday. And Murph, I can't believe it. You're right. The dominoes are dropping. I thought this was a leverage play by LeBron the entire time to get more money with the Lakers. But we saw yesterday Draymond Green decline the player option to give him more flexibility. Draymond has been tight with LeBron James. They're both represented by Rich Paul and the Clutch Sports Group. It sounds like there's a real possibility, and I don't know what to do with my emotions right now, Murph. I really don't know how to react to this as somebody that has rooted against LeBron his entire career.
Yeah.
Going back to the days when I was in middle school, I can't believe this guy's still in the league, and I can't wrap my mind around the fact that he might, keyword might, be a Golden State Warrior.
Well, so immediately the mind goes to the examples we've brought up. Richard Sherman from the 49ers, from the Seahawks to the 49ers. I don't know how much of a villain we all saw Kevin Durant with the Oklahoma City Thunder, but KD joining the Warriors. A lesser degree, but if you're a Giants head, if you're a seam head, Oral Hershiser joining the Giants. Things like this have happened before, but this would be the biggest of them all. And I'm different. We were just talking to young Jack Loader out there. He's furious up there. Walt, I don't know. How about you feeling? How you feeling? Are you a LeBron hater? Are you having trouble digesting the idea of a possible Golden State Warrior LeBron James?
I don't like the idea of LeBron coming over to the Warriors, or I don't like LeBron James, but him coming over to the Warriors, I'm kind of getting excited a little.
Well, see, look at conflicting emotions.
Yeah,
for all
I mean,
y'all,
see, again, I said this earlier. As somebody that works in media, this is box office. This is content. This is the biggest story in basketball. And to see Steph and LeBron pair up for a potential farewell tour, it's going to be followed every single night. We're going to have something to talk about. But as a Warriors fan that has rooted against LeBron, that saw the 3-1 comeback, that saw the block on Andre Iguodala, I don't know how to handle all these emotions that we're going through right now.
Well, it's show business, isn't it? Listen, he's a Laker. I hated the Lakers, and I've hated the Lakers forever. So, but man, oh man, here's my thing. I'm a Warrior fan, first and foremost. Does he make the Warriors better? The answer is yes.
Yeah.
Does he make the Warriors dramatically, wildly interesting? Yes. I mean, basketball is a global sport. The most interesting thing in the sport will be Steph and LeBron playing together at the. We are going to be the center of the universe, guys. Chase, I just tweeted out, Chase, center of the basketball universe, man. And the Spurs the Knicks are going to be like, yo, wait, we won the championship. What's going on? Nobody's paying attention to us.
There's a new mecca of basketball.
I mean,
it's
honestly,
Chase Center.
Honestly.
If this happens, yes.
Yeah, again, we're getting ahead of ourselves, but it sure sounds, we're getting to the point of, if it walks like a duck and it sounds like a duck and it, talks like a duck, you got a duck,
quack,
right?
Quack, quack.
Lots of people checking in here on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. You guys can call into at 808-KNBR. 707 says this is the only hope the Warriors have to win one more title. And I mean, that's what this is all about ultimately, right? There's been this whole concept of Steve Kerr's going to come back for one more run. Steph Curry's going to come back for one more run. And I'm thinking the whole time, like, well, guys, you're not going to win the championship. And I don't know if LeBron James means they're going to win a championship either. We've said a number of times today, Dylan Harper's 19 years old. Stephon Castle's like 20 years old. Devin Vassal's however young he is.
Yeah, Wemby's still 21, 22.
Wemby's 22, right? So, I mean, listen, is it unrealistic? Is it realistic? But it's certainly way more possible by adding LeBron James. Because, I mean, if in somehow, some way they can stay standing and get to April as a playoff team, not a play-in team, a playoff team, who wants to see the Warriors coming up the court in the fourth quarter with Jimmy Butler, LeBron James, and Steph Curry, right?
Nobody.
I mean, it's exciting as heck. Now, in terms of like an evil villain joining your team, man, I don't know. I haven't seen – I may have to come to grips – I may have to cogitate a little bit more on this whole thing. LeBron has been such a vagabond through the years, from a Cavalier to the Heat to the Cavaliers again to the Lakers. I almost feel like he's just sort of this just this guy, have basketball, will travel. He's not like a Dodger to me. Like, I don't know. Like, to me, like a Dodger, like Steve Garvey, Yasiel Puig, somebody like that. I guess Sherman as a Seahawk is about the closest thing. I hated the Seahawks, right? And he was in our face about Michael Crabtree and everything, and that was like as visceral as it got,
and that's a little different because those are traditional rivalries. Giants, Dodgers, 49ers, Seahawks. Yeah, the Cavaliers and the Warriors established a rivalry, but that doesn't go back decades and decades. It goes back to a decade ago in the NBA Finals. Now, LeBron, to your point, has bounced around so many other teams to a point where he's been criticized a lot for that. But hell, if he's going to keep bouncing around, come on over and take your talents to Chase Center. Come up to the Bay. I can't believe I'm saying it, but it seems like it's going to happen, man.
310 says, if LeBron comes to the Warriors, it is the two best players of the last 15 years putting on a show any sports fan has to just sit back and enjoy. I mean, honestly, again, where did you peak? Like, how have you felt about LeBron the last few years as a Laker? Like, you've maintained that hatred that you had for him as a Cav, or has it faded a little bit?
Because as a Warrior fan, you hate the Lakers more than the Cavs, correct?
Yeah. 408 says, I'd rather have no hope than have LeBron. 415 says, calm down. He can still choose Cleveland, right?
Oh, yeah, he could go back to Cleveland. He could join the San Antonio Spurs. He could end up anywhere else, but from all the reporting that we've been following, the Warriors have been his second option. Draymond Green has declined his player option to create this cap flexibility. I don't know, man. It seems like all the dominoes are lining up.
925 says Steph, LeBron, Draymond, Jimmy, Al Horford, and Porzingis might be the highest IQ team in NBA history. It's true. Don't forget Al Horford in all
might
this,
be
right?
the oldest lineup in NBA
Oh, they
history.
are just impossibly ancient. Like, could they get any older? Like, it's bonkers. Like, somebody said, hey, the 2014 Spurs were old. Tim Duncan was 36. Manu Ginobili was 35. Tony Parker was like 31. Bro, none of these guys are that young.
And that's a Spurs team that had like a 21-year-old Kawhi Leonard as well. That's a little different.
Well, that's your pods.
Yeah,
that's your pods.
That's my Yaxel.
That's your Yaxel, yeah. Well, Yaxel and Pods are going to have to play all the regular season games while all these guys sit out waiting for the playoffs.
Somebody's got to carry the load.
I mean, man, oh man. Listen, again, it's show business, it's box office, it's entertainment in the end. I've sort of been beaten down. I mean, I get it and respect the young hustlers out there who are maintaining that anti-LeBron energy. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong. I get it, and I like the passion and all that. I think maybe at my stage in life, I've just seen like enough stuff where I realize that this is the reality of the entertainment business and the reality of show business. And in terms of entertainment and show business, this is great box office.
Yeah, it's the biggest story in basketball.
Yes.
If it does play out now, let me ask you from
Hasn't
the
happened
opposite.
yet.
Yes, exactly. And I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but what do you think the reaction would be from the opposite perspective of these LeBron loyalists that have followed LeBron throughout his entire career, who hate Steph Curry and hate the Warriors?
I was going to say Yaxel, but he was a Kyrie guy.
Yeah.
He was a Kyrie
More of a
guy.
Kyrie
Same
guy.
kind of thought,
Yeah,
though.
but same concept.
Yeah, they're
like,
going to have their own problems.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
they got
This
their
is an
own
identity crisis for all the LeBron loyalists.
It is wild that, I mean, I think back to old Pat Con or Pecan, who ran the board, hated LeBron with a passion. He just have no time for this. He'll just turn off his TV and walk away. There are some people that just have no time. I don't know if I'm just softer or just more forgiving, or maybe I need to be more of a hard ass. And I've told you this a million times. I've respected his career. It's an incredible career. And he's also one of these guys like Tiger Woods before the fall, who delivered on his hype. Like, it's crazy. LeBron has delivered the hype when he was 16, 17 years old, and he's delivered on it. And here we are. He's going to be 42 in December.
I was in middle school when he made his NBA debut.
I mean, man, oh, man.
How crazy is that? And he's still in the league.
And how'd you feel? Do you remember how you felt about him in like 03, 04,
Well,
04,
I remember
05,
when he first came on the scene, he was the biggest talk of the town, being on the cover of Sports Illustrated. And you're like, wow, this guy truly is one of a kind. He had the king tattooed on his back as like an 18-year-old, the chosen one, whatever the hell it was. And then you see his career play out. And I respected him early on with the Cleveland Cavaliers. I didn't love the way that he left the Cavs with that whole YMCA press conference in front of the kids and going down to Miami. And then there's been plenty of other issues too. But to your point, you can't deny his greatness. You can respect his career. And as much as I've disliked LeBron James, it has been pretty cool watching him play with Steph in All-Star games and the Olympics. And now you got a chance to see for a full season. And I've sat here and I've screamed into the microphone for the past couple of years that the Warriors need to capitalize on the Steph Curry window. That's why I was a supporter of the Jimmy Butler trade, because they need to do everything possible. Forget about the two timelines. I don't care about the timeline post Steph Curry. I want to be entertained by Steph right now. And man, oh man, this is entertainment.
I honestly thought there was no path. Like, there was no path to, like, when Kerr came back and Steph, hey, we're going to keep this thing going for Steph. I'm like, what are you doing? You're not going to do. And I remember just thinking when Kerr came back, I'm like, well, I mean, 45 wins, just let it go on any given night. Enjoy the basketball, enjoy Steph, enjoy Kerr. He's a class act, but it ain't happening. They're not going to win a championship. Well, and I'm not saying they're going to win a championship if LeBron comes, but I'm saying this went from it ain't going to happen to, well, it could happen. Again, as somebody wrote, 831. Yeah, they have the highest IQ and the highest blood pressure. That's a pretty good line there. I mean, of course, we're going to spend our next 6 months just going, are you kidding me? This is the oldest collection of athletes in the history of man. There's almost no physical way they can do this. And yet at the same time, we'd be intrigued. Now, all that said, it hasn't happened. All right, it hasn't happened. But if you guys are just tuning in saying, what the hell are you guys talking about? It's Shams Charania has tweeted out, just like he did yesterday. He did tweet number 1 saying Draymond Green has opted out of his contract to accept a lower deal to create a pathway for LeBron James and Anthony Davis, was what Shams said yesterday. That seems to have cooled off a little bit, the Anthony Davis part. But while we were talking to Andy Baggerly, Shams tweeted out that LeBron James will continue his NBA career for the 2026-2027 season. That was a question. Was he going to retire? and has informed the LA Lakers that the franchise can move on without him because he will play elsewhere. So that's what we're reacting to if you guys are just getting in your cars right now. And if you want to check in, 808-KNBR, give Curly a call. You can do it. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. One domino on Monday, a big domino on Tuesday, Marcus.
Yes, Murph. And these LeBron James dominoes are sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. For you, for community, for 75 years. Join RCU today at redwoodcu.org.
We'll continue to react to these big old dominoes. Was it Ice Cube in Boys in the Hood who said domino MFer? I believe he said that. On The Sports Leader.
Taco Tuesday!
KNBR, the sports leader. Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Wow, my goodness. Some days you putter along and talk about pants getting stuck in a dryer, and some days you get LeBron James telling the Lakers, I'm not coming back to you guys, and I'm going to play elsewhere this fall. Everything's pointing towards the Golden State Warriors. Now, this was a Shams Charania tweet from about 35 minutes ago. We don't know anything else in terms of there's been no sources or reporting from the Warriors side. Like I said, Marcus, he might wind up with the Minnesota Timberwolves, and then we'll be like, wait, what? That would be anticlimactic, to say the least, right?
Yeah, I mean, who knows at this point?
408 texts in, I think, sums it up perfectly. He says, I don't like LeBron one bit. I would assume the majority of our audience feels that way. He says, but come on. Who wouldn't want to watch him and Steph make one final run, especially after last year's debacle? Bring them on. So, I mean, I think that's maybe the most kind of realistic attitude, which is kind of my attitude. It's just, yes, when I was younger and a little more full of piss and vinegar, and especially during the whole 2010 Miami Heat days, and they remember not one, not two, not three, but that was 16 years ago. And times change. And, and them playing in the Olympics together also has softened the blow a little bit, right? Them wearing the USA jersey, man, come on. Listen, we're trying to all wear that jersey tomorrow night at 5 o'clock, taking on Bosnia, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So, I mean, when they played in the Olympics together and got the gold, it was like, hell yeah, man. We got LeBron and Steph. We may people may be knocking our country for any number of things, but we got LeBron and Steph. What do you got? You know what I mean?
And to even take it a step further, just beyond the bonding between Steph, LeBron, and Steve Kerr, who was the coach of that Olympic team, Draymond Green being represented by Rich Paul. Like, these guys are best friends now. We've came a long way from the 3-1 blown lead. Draymond Green kicking LeBron in the you-know-what section, and LeBron going to the NBA to tattletale on Draymond.
I mean, listen, we talked about any number. I'm trying to think out-of-market things where a guy joins. We've named the ones from our market. Richard Sherman. Here's another text here, 209. I hate LeBron. I also hated Richard Sherman, and then he became a 49er, and now I love him. So
yeah, you root for the jersey.
Other out-of-market moves like this where a villain joined, Roger Clemens to the Yankees.
Yeah. That was a big one.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And you embraced him?
Oh, yes, I did. Absolutely. I was also so young where I didn't really remember Roger that much on the Boston Red Sox.
To the Yankees.
Yeah.
Johnny Damon.
Babe Ruth to the Yankees.
Johnny Damon to the Yankees.
A lot of guys have gone that way.
So Jason Giambi, but that, it didn't work out. And Yankee fans embraced him more like A's fans were more crushed by that.
Yeah, A's fans kind of turn on him a little bit.
Yeah, that wasn't it. So, it happens throughout sports. And I understand everybody who feels like I can't root for LeBron. I get it. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong.
I understand.
I'm just telling you that from my perspective right now, it would be incredible content, incredible entertainment. We're in Rocky 1 when he goes to the night before the fight when he can't sleep and he goes in and he's like, hey, he sees the painting of himself up there and he's got the shorts wrong. He goes, hey, you got my shorts wrong. He goes, it doesn't really matter, Rock. You're going to give us a hell of a show, aren't you? It's like. I mean, ultimately, it's show business and it's entertainment, and this would be incredible show business.
Yes, and as much as I've pushed back on LeBron James throughout his entire career, I'm at the point now in these last couple of years with Steph Curry, Draymond, and Steve Kerr where I'm asking the question, what's the backup plan? What's the other option? Giannis has now been traded. I don't think you can put together a package for Jaylen Brown with the Boston Celtics. Like, I don't think there are any really other options. What, you're going to bring in Keon Ellis or Colin Sexton? Like, no, that's not box office. Again, you need to do everything you can to try to win Steph Curry that 5th championship, even if it means trying to get LeBron his 5th championship.
925 says, I'm not a big NBA fan, but I think this could be great, and I would definitely tune in if LeBron came here. So there's an example. 415 says, LeBron and Steph, 2 words, absolute cinema. For you kids who traffic in memes and GIFs. There you go.
Cinema.
So do you think you can come to by the end of again, now, as you said, this hasn't happened yet, right?
No, it has not.
So we shall see what's going on. 209 texts in says, I'd be down with LeBron for the Warriors. I'd actually watch, and I'm a Sacramento Kings fan. Here we go. 831 says, all old jokes aside, this is all happening because Dunleavy and upper management biffed the last 5 years of Steph's career, whether it was Wiseman, Poole, or Kuminga. They screwed up acquiring young talent for so many years that they're completely dependent on old veterans out of their prime now. Well, that's true. I mean, that is true. They don't have that young answer. Wiseman didn't work out. Kuminga didn't work out. Jordan Poole didn't work out.
No, not at all, which led to the trade for Jimmy Butler, which I think most Warrior fans once again supported because you need to do everything possible to try to win Steph another chip, even if it means bringing in your biggest villain. Like, there are not any other options that live up to the hype, the potential to LeBron James, even at this point of his career.
Yeah, 408 says, don't forget Deion Sanders coming to the Niners. It was true. He was an Atlanta Falcon prior, so he wasn't like, the prime. He was an NFC West rival, but he was a guy who was considered, a little too me,
Like, I'm sure Cowboys fans eventually embraced Charles Haley, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I mean, of course, help win a bowl.
And also, they also embraced Deion Sanders after he was a 49er. Now, here's a tweet from Chris Haynes saying the Cleveland Cavaliers have interest in a second reunion with LeBron James with the appeal of the franchise's greatest player finishing his career where it all started, league sources tell. So the plot thickens.
That seems like it should be a possibility. I mean, they were just in the Eastern Conference Finals
against
the Knicks.
They're a title contender.
They had a better roster last year than the Warriors did top to bottom.
I just got to say, and I don't have any inside sources on this, it just feels like Steph and LeBron have talked about this behind the scenes.
Yeah, and I would include Draymond Green into that conversation too.
Yeah,
like that domino falling yesterday.
Let's do this one time. Before this thing's done, let's all do this. 808
The Last
KNBR.
Dance. The Last Dance.
Well,
they need to make a documentary out of this if it happens.
408 says, don't forget, Chris Paul was a Warrior.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Might have been worse than LeBron. Might have been worse than LeBron.
Do you think there was more vitriol towards CP3? There was a lot, yeah.
Me personally, I think I disliked Chris Paul more. I do. He was more in the Western Conference because LeBron's whole thing was in the East and all that.
Yeah, but they met up in the finals so
I
often.
know, but I just feel like with Chris Paul, boy. And we were like, hey, let's go. Let's give it a try.
Yeah, and how'd that work out for the Warriors bringing in Chris Paul?
Oh, man. 510. Coming with a very logical take. Says emotional sports rivalries are constructs to make money. Well, and we're all trying to make money here. After all, gentlemen, we are not communists. Although I may need some help here. Although if you're running for Congress in New York, you can be communist. Yeah.
Free bus rides for LeBron.
510 says, I refuse to invest in these emotional sports rivalries. Dusty Baker was on one of the most heinous manifestations of the Dodgers of all time.
Good example.
And now he's one of the most beloved 40 Giants of all time.
That's a great example.
I mean, he was. Dude, I'm here to tell you, I lived through that. Those Dodgers, the Giants couldn't freaking... You think the Diamondbacks own the Giants? Oh, my God. That was like take what the Diamondbacks are doing to the Giants and extrapolate it over 5 years and also put the Diamondbacks in the World Series every year, too. And Dusty Baker was front and center. He wasn't Garvey, he wasn't Say, but he was Dusty Baker. And now look, now we're going to his book signings.
Yeah, now he's the coolest guy in the room, and now he's joining us on the show as a friend of the program.
Somebody says the same person says, don't forget Jerry Rice played his last Super Bowl as a Raider.
Yes, he did.
Now, how did you feel about that?
I had a Jerry Rice Raiders Super Bowl jersey.
But I mean, you're because of your youth though, you don't remember his heyday as a Niner.
Well, no. Well, I also have used this example before with my aunt being a cheerleader for the Super Bowl Niner teams. I used to go over to my grandma's house and see a photo of Jerry Rice and my aunt hanging out together. So I always had like a different feeling about a guy like Jerry Rice.
You're the wrong person to ask.
Yeah, exactly. I wasn't anti-Jerry Rice.
I wonder how your dad would have felt because he would have remembered.
Oh yeah.
So it killed Raiders fans that the Niners became this dynasty, right? Because the Raiders were kicking ass through the 70s.
The team of the decades, Murph.
In fairness and just factually speaking, the Raiders in the 60s and 70s were dramatically better than the 49ers, like dramatically better. And then the 80s came and the worm turned, and then the Niners became the dynasty, and the Raiders haven't been heard from since. Although they did make it in 2002. But and so I wonder if your dad hated Jerry Rice and how he came to terms with Jerry Rice as a Raider.
Good question. We should ask Overnight Dave tomorrow, too, before the show.
Yeah.
As a lifelong Raider fan.
Did he embrace?
Yeah, I'm not sure. That's a great question for OD.
I mean, would you we've talked about, we joked about this earlier in the show, but Tom Brady going to the,
I mean, it's hard to embrace him as an owner. I don't know how I'd feel about him as a player.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Here we go. 415 says, didn't Jackie Robinson retire instead of going to the Giants? That's a true story.
He did.
He did get traded. Now, he was a little older, too, and maybe he was ready to go down, but that's a true story. 415 says, don't forget, LeBron has taken up golf, and he loves the burger dogs at the Olympic Club.
I said this
that
earlier.
Might be enough to get me.
When the reports came out that LeBron is focused on happiness and not money, I said, well, he seems like he's found his happy spot playing golf now, like Happy Gilmore did. He's out on the golf course every other weekend, and Murph, you can speak to this way better than I can. San Francisco has some of the best golf courses in the entire country.
Without question. And he and Steph would be dominating.
You might see LeBron on the golf course today.
By the way, Steph's going to have to give him, I might. That's true. Steph might have to give him 18 aside. He's a dramatically better player than LeBron is.
Now, I'll just say this. If LeBron is on the golf course today as you're golfing with Mark Canizar, make sure he doesn't pick up your ball like that clown Tom Brady did.
Dude, true story. Hey. True story. True story. I'm not making that up.
That is a true story.
Unbelievable, too. Here we go. 707 says, you all sound really giddy. Well, yeah, because it's fun sports talk. Did you forget how Aaron Judge played the Giants when he was negotiating a contract? Well, we know he's not playing the Giants or he's not playing the Warriors because he just told the Lakers he's not going back. And then a lot of people have checked in on this one. 925 has represented this one. We haven't talked about it. It says, why haven't you guys compared this to Karl Malone and Gary Payton and Steve Nash going to play with Kobe, and that did not work out?
No. But it was exciting for Laker fans at the time.
Nobody's guaranteeing this is going to work out.
That's the thing.
At all.
It's like we've asked the question, does this immediately turn the Warriors into a title contender? Probably not. But it makes them much more exciting, and it makes a much better story going into the season.
Yeah, man. Oh, man. All right, guys. Well, listen, we're going to hand it over to the midday crowd here. And, Brian Windhorst said the Warriors want to get this done today. Shams has already reported that LeBron has told the Lakers this morning, you can move on without me. I'm going to play elsewhere. Now, Chris Haynes tweets, the Cavaliers are interested, but it just feels like, man, the dominoes are falling towards the possibility of LeBron James becoming a Golden State Warrior.
And Murph, you know what today is.
Taco Tuesday!
Well, be a hell of a day to have some tacos. Damn. All right. Well, we'll figure out what we learned on the other side. And who knows, by the time we come back, Maybe he'll have signed. I don't know. We'll figure it out on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the sports leader. Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, here we go. The doctor, of course, Dr. Dre, meaning that the doctor, Dr. Boucher, has entered the room. And the joke being, Marcus said during the break, if LeBron James signs with the Warriors, how long will the Stanford healthcare report be, bro?
Oh, man. It's going to go on for all 82 games and potentially into the playoffs if LeBron James and the Warriors do make it there. But today's Stanford Healthcare Health Report is sponsored by Stanford Healthcare. And we will give you an update on the San Francisco Giants because yesterday we saw Casey Schmidt playing shortstop. Willie Adames was held out after dealing with lower back spasms. Now, he left the game a couple days ago after striking out on June 28th. He did undergo an MRI, and it seems like there is no structural damage. Christian Koss is in Arizona with the Giants, so there could be a potential IL stint on Willie Adames, but stay locked in right here on The Sports Leader for all of your Stanford Healthcare health reports, sponsored by Stanford Healthcare.
Speaking of which, I mean, just off LeBron for just a second, I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world for Willie Adames to have a few days. It is not. No. I mean, these guys, I understand 162, you want to play Cal Ripken, the whole deal, but these guys in particular look tired at times, and it's no sin to play 150 and 153 instead of 162 just to get that gas tank going, man. So, hey, Willie, it's all right, buddy. You can take a day. You can take 2 days.
And this also gives the Giants the flexibility that we've been talking about with Elliot Ramos being back in the lineup to get Bryce Hildridge, Casey Schmidt, Jung Hoo Lee, Elliot Ramos, all those guys at their natural positions instead of shuffling a lot of things around defensively.
All right, enough of that baseball talk. Back to the LeBron James. Now, the latest tweet is from Anthony Slater, our great friend Anthony Slater, who I'm going to go ahead and say we discovered back when he was at the Oklahoma City, Oh, my God. The Oklahoman, my God. See, I remember my one thing I can do in life, other than name the presidents in 11 seconds, is you name me a city in America, and I'll tell you their newspaper. Mm-hmm. The Oklahoman, the Daily Oklahoma City.
Is that where this guy was working?
Barry Trammell with the Oklahoman.
Yes, correct, my friend. Wow, you dug that out.
How about that?
Next question.
I can't believe I still had that on my board.
We used to have him on in 2015, 2016, and then all of a sudden he blew up, and then he moved to the Bay. He's
Barry Trammell with the Oklahoman.
He's actually a Bay Area kid. He's from the North Bay.
How do you have that?
No idea, Walter.
Because we used to do the Russell Westbrook stuff here. Yeah,
that's interesting.
Yeah, Anthony's a Boyle Park kid, Mill Valley Little League. By the way, it is All-Star season. Go MV. Hey, Anthony Slater writes, Warriors decision makers have been given no indication at this hour that they are the firm LeBron James landing spot per sources. This is Anthony Slater of ESPN. There's a belief that they'll have plenty of appeal, but appears to be some level of recruitment required. Now you're back to hating LeBron, like, oh, we got to go beg for LeBron.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, man,
please,
if you guys
LeBron,
want me,
please.
where's the wine? Fly down there. Somebody's going to take him to the Hamptons?
Yeah, what time is my tea time? That's the question.
Well, LACC, Riviera, what do you want up here? San Francisco?
Mm-hmm. I want him playing with you, Marky Mark, and Steph Curry
Club.
today.
Well, Steph's a member I think we can reveal. I think it's well known. He's a member at California Golf Club right down there in South City. So, great golf course, world-class golf course. Maybe it'll be some of that, plus some really good wine. But here we are back to like, oh, we got to recruit him. Oh, you got to go. If you guys want me, crawl. Yeah. Peel me a grape. Peel me a grape.
Beg for me.
Now we're going to be back to hating LeBron here all over again. So anyway, that's the latest from Slater. And obviously this thing's going to change tweet by tweet, hour by hour. It was really funny. Go ahead. Yeah.
Also, interesting little nugget that I've seen going around right now on social media. LeBron James does a podcast called Mind the Game Podcast, and 3 hours ago he posted a 10-minute clip of him and Steph Curry.
Come on, man.
If you want to follow the breadcrumbs.
We're leaving Easter eggs is what they call them here.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's really funny is now Shams' tweets, which are, absolutely changing the game here. And here comes a tweet. You're like, okay, man. Free agent center Jock Landale intends to sign a 1-year, $14 million return to the Hawks.
Gotcha.
Shout out St. Mary's Gales. Shout out to St. Mary's Gales. There you go. All right, what did we learn today, Walt? I guess it's me. I guess I learned this. Yes,
you did.
Yeah.
Inquiring minds want to know, what did OG Murph learn today?
Other than making Kringle noises, what we learned is, of course, sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. What we learned is that Marcus is a hardworking guy. We've already known that, so much so that when he woke up this morning, his thought was the show.
Yes.
The show. He wanted content, and he saw that Draymond Green had posted a pod. Now, you saw this when you were sitting on the throne.
On the John, yes, correct.
Sit and scroll.
Mm-hmm. You always got to sit and scroll to start your morning.
So I asked you, did you do the For You tab or the following? You're like, no, it's too early for the For You.
Way too early for the For You tab. I got to go straight to the following tab.
So you went to following and you saw that somebody posted that Draymond Green, I learned that you saw that Draymond Green had dropped a pod.
You're going to get this podcast.
So you made a decision that I learned, which is that you will remove your clothing and enter a shower.
Yes.
And turn up a Draymond Green podcast so loud you could hear it over the shower water.
Yep, at 4:20 in the morning, I will prep for the show. We only have a finite amount of time before we are live on air at 6 a.m., and this podcast dropped in the middle of the night last night, so I had to bone up on the latest Draymond Green podcast where he explained his decision on why he opted out. Did not mention LeBron James's name once over the entire 44 minutes of that podcast. But yes, you all learn that I prep for the show in the shower sometimes.
There it is, buddy. And well done. Good hard work. And I'm just sad for your neighbors who are, listen, you're in a nice apartment building. I get it. But at a certain point, noise does seep through a wall. And it's 4:20, and now they're hearing a screaming Draymond Green going, "You gotta get this podcast!"
Absolutely.
That brings me directly to my player option, and for me personally,
this is Marcus's neighbor.
I'm always willing to work with the team. On
Can you imagine?
Best,
you're having a dream
especially at this point in my career.
Am I dreaming this?
Yeah, is Draymond in my house?
That's an incredible audio. Now, if you know your KMBR history, remember there was famous shower. Has that ever been brought up on the air?
The shower hour?
No. Well, there was that.
Yes, the 5 a.m. show.
Great knowledge. I wasn't talking about that, but
Okay.
great knowledge. That's really good. That was Pecan's show. Yeah. No, Rick Barry in the shower. Right?
Ooh.
Are you familiar with that?
I don't know if I am.
It sounds familiar, but go ahead and let us know.
Is this on air or off air?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, he was broadcasting from home in Colorado, and then I think Holler tells you, and all of a sudden he heard a shower in it. Like Barry was like taking a shower, like during the show.
Wow.
Yeah. He's just showering off. She's like, yeah, so anyway, Monte Ellis needs to use his left hand more.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'll say next time instead of prepping for the show, I'll just do the first segment in the shower.
Yeah, I don't know if I was supposed to tell that. I think that story's been told on the air. Thin Tim, has that story been told on the air?
It's been
Rick
told.
Barry shower during his broadcast?
Yeah, it's been told now.
Has that been told on the air before?
Uh-huh.
Yes, it has. Okay.
Yeah, all
Is
right,
that
good.
Holler running the board? All right. And Rick took a shower during the show.
Wow.
He took a shower during the show.
Got to stay clean.
Hey, man, clean takes are... We have audio? We have it?
Oh, we got a minute left.
Well, we don't have to. You don't have to find it.
Yeah, I don't know if I need Rick Barry shower audio.
In the shower hour. There it is. All right, guys. Well, listen, we learned that today. Good luck to everybody today with your Shams Charania tweets. You never know if you're going to click on one. It's going to be Jock Landale or it's going to be LeBron James coming.
Real quick, last question. By the time we turn on the microphones tomorrow at 6 a.m., is LeBron James a Warrior?
I'm going to say, given that recruitment tweet from Slater, no. You're going to make him beg.
I'm going to say because it's Taco Tuesday that he will be a Warrior by tomorrow morning.
We'll find out. Either way, tomorrow's also USA Soccer Day, buddy.
Yeah, it
so
is.
Let's go, man. Papa and Silver is next. You're listening to KMBR AM and KMBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Taco Tuesday!
You ever make it to the Coliseum?
Oh, yeah, once or twice. For a monster truck jam.
Bro.
That's the end of the game.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Greg Silver.
Heodorichi, Akabundu, and Hioku. What do you say? We're all just mofos at the end of the day.
And whoever's available on the middays.
You okay, Tim?
4 hours starts right now.
Find your inner Greg.
Excellent.
This is Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Right now, I'm taking the Anthony Davis thing off the front burner. I do not have data that says that that's likely to happen. Now, I could change my information could change. I do not see traction from the Wizards to want to do that. The Warriors told Jimmy Butler they're not trading him. I think the focus right now is, can they get LeBron James away from the Los Angeles Lakers? That's something they're going to try to get done today. Whether or not they can pull it off, let's wait and watch.
Jovic, spin inside. LeBron James, perfect defense. Here comes James in transition. James, get out of his way for two.
Man, get off that man. Look at that man. Look at that man. America, you know him as LeBron James. I know him personally. His pronouns is he, him.
Largest lead for the U.S. tonight. Bogdanovich. Curry. Coast to coast. Durant. Back to Curry. Dancing on Batum. Over the double team. Oh! It's a golden dagger. Night.
Wowza! Lot to get to on NBA Free Agency Day. We have made it to the end of June. Good morning, everybody. Greg Silver, John Dickinson, Tim Webb with you, hanging out for the next 4 hours. And look, we'll get to everything we just learned about this morning and an hour ago for the bulk of the show. Yesterday, in its own right, was a phenomenal day of sports. Those 3 soccer games. JD's Morocco continuing to pull the upsets, but then it's been all about the rumor mill and everything that's going to start at 3 o'clock Pacific today. And we learned about an hour ago, LeBron James will be playing basketball in 2026 into 2027, only not doing it in purple and gold where he spent the last 8 seasons. So I'm sure everything's going to be coming our way left and right today, JD. We are going to take this thing one segment at a time. We are going to let the people in as we do always. 808 KNBR. Good morning. We're in for a good one.
Yeah, good morning. And another domino has fallen with respect to the Warriors' potential to be able to land LeBron James here with the big announcement and the leak coming, about an hour ago, that LeBron parting ways with the Lakers, moving on, and the Warriors going to get an opportunity to look to try to bring him into the fold here in the Bay. The Heat also among those reportedly interested, and of course the Cleveland Cavaliers, Jake Fisher adding the Heat to the list of potential suitors here within the last 15 or 20 minutes. So it's not a foregone conclusion by any means that LeBron is coming to Golden State, but many believe at this stage that the Warriors have the best chance to land LeBron James with that non-taxpayer mid-level exception and are expected to meet with him today.
Good morning to everybody out there. And as our guy Kyle in the YouTube chat says, not Kyle Haar, Kyle says the mid-level mids. We're the midday mids, but today we're the mid-level mids with the mid-level exception. And as far as yesterday's news after the show, the other shoe that dropped was Kristaps Porzingis coming back on the 2-year, $40 million contract. And so that made the math a little bit more, I guess I would say confusing as a word, where we're talking aprons here. But LeBron James still a possibility. And then a large theme of our show yesterday too, JD, was that people were interested in LeBron coming over, but not if it required a full trade and, more importantly, a max extension to Anthony Davis. Then it was reported last night by Jake Fisher, as you were noting, that, well, the Warriors weren't operating as if it was some kind of package deal, and the only way to lure LeBron would be to go and bring Anthony Davis over. So never sounds like there was any real friction, any real heat between the Wizards and the Warriors as far as those trade talks. But look, we know LeBron's still going to be out there, and you're right that there's a long way to go as this one. It's not a foregone conclusion. But I would say that among the teams out there, you could say the Spurs, the Clippers, the Cavs, the Heat, anyone else that's been rumored, the Warriors are far and away the most receptive to bringing him in, and I think have the most reason to want to go after him aggressively.
Well, they're the most desperate. Let's be honest. And we talked about that word yesterday. And look, desperation does not have to necessarily be a negative thing or a bad thing. They are desperate to try and make this 2026-27 team as good as it possibly can be and give Steph Curry and Draymond Green and potentially even Jimmy Butler at some point, if he isn't ultimately traded and comes back at some point in the middle of the season, they want to give those guys the best shot possible to be able to make a run. And LeBron James is the number one name out there that would give the Warriors that opportunity. And look, I know people weren't necessarily feeling the Anthony Davis portion of things. Hell, I wasn't necessarily feeling the Anthony Davis portion of things. But as things currently sit, I think it's important to note that, and Anthony Slater had this, and I heard Murph and Marcus were talking about it right before the show. There is some level of recruitment that is going to need to be done here by the Warriors to get LeBron. And look, there isn't a financial level of recruitment in play here for Golden State because they have the non-taxpayer mid-level, and yes, they technically are going to have to do some maneuvering with the cap a little bit. They might have to move off of Moses Moody. At Draymond Green's number that he would re-sign for would be a part of that. But the reality is the Warriors can free up that non-taxpayer mid-level to go get LeBron James. That if we wouldn't be having any of this conversation if the Warriors couldn't do that. So we know they can do that if need be. It just becomes a matter of would LeBron James be willing to take that, and does he want to come play with Steph Curry and Draymond Green over the prospect of maybe going to one of these other places. But to go back to the recruitment as it relates to Anthony Davis, the Warriors theoretically get LeBron James in a room today and they make their pitch, and they may not be able to offer the most money, but what they can do is offer potentially a team that LeBron would most want to play with, and the ability to go acquire certain players that maybe LeBron would want to play with. So while the Anthony Davis thing is not maybe the Warriors' first choice, maybe it's not a necessity at the level at which we discussed it yesterday, it still very much could be something once the Warriors get in a room with LeBron where he may say, hey, you guys go get AD and I'll come. And if you can't, maybe I'm ultimately going to go elsewhere. So I wouldn't completely tamp down the notion, even if the Warriors don't want to go get Anthony Davis, they are in a lot of ways here beholden to LeBron James' wants and demands because, as we've noted here over the course of the last hour, he's creating a little bit of a market for himself, and it's what LeBron always does in these situations, and he's been a free agent before, and he's had to make decisions before as to where he's going to play. So wouldn't be my first choice to have to go get AD and give up picks and pay him and all of that, but I wouldn't necessarily completely rule it off the table, even if it might be the most seamless way to acquire LeBron James would be to not do it and then bring Jimmy Butler back at some point in the middle of the season.
I wouldn't rule it off the table, but I think the Warriors did the right thing by not operating under the assumption that it had to be a package deal where they could at least let LeBron figure it out with the Lakers. And if there's one thing that we did learn from the news this morning is that this wasn't simply just a leverage play by LeBron and Rich Paul to get the most money possible out of LA. I think my most likely scenario that I had listed the whole time was that LeBron would wind up back with the Lakers for the sake of being at the end of his career, having his family there, liking the LA lifestyle, all his businesses, etc. And now he informed them that he thinks it's time to move on. So this wasn't just a way of trying to play the Warriors for the sake of getting what he could out of the Lakers. Doesn't mean he ultimately ends up coming here and maybe he tortures his greatest rival of his career and the team that he faced in 4 straight finals by getting their hopes up only to let them down one more time. But because of the Warriors and their level of desperation, I think that also might be able to give LeBron the best pitch right now. Like somebody brought up the Spurs, for example. I don't see why the Spurs would want to go and do the LeBron thing for a year when they just had a core full of 22 and younger that took them to the finals and honestly were leading for most of the finals, just couldn't finish in the fourth quarter. Like they are set up to be a really good team for a long time. The Heat made their trade for Giannis where you could say, all right, that's not a contending roster. Maybe they would be interested in it, but do Pat Riley and Eric Spoelstra want to get back into the business of LeBron when it didn't end that great after 4 years and 4 consecutive finals? That's another conversation to have too. The Warriors, I don't really see as much what you have to lose by doing this because if the LeBron plan falls through, JD, you're looking at largely running it back, and the Kristaps Porzingis signing yesterday only furthers that conclusion.
No doubt. I mean, this is sort of the all chips in one basket type of a move before the Warriors, if it doesn't ultimately work out, pivot back to, I think, what their initial message was going into the offseason, which is the fact that they're going to try to get younger, although Al Horford and Porzingis are coming back, but try to maybe add to the roster in different ways with different skill sets than they've had before. But right now, LeBron is the one guy that maybe doesn't give you an opportunity to contend for a championship, although I think everybody in that room, from Steph Curry to LeBron to Draymond Green and eventually Jimmy Butler along with Steve Kerr, would believe that they have a shot, even if it is a long shot. And I think they would probably tell you, even with an older roster, that they are really comfortable with the guys that they've brought back to this point, should LeBron James choose to come. And as we talked about yesterday, you're going to have a whole different group of players if LeBron James decides to come to the Warriors that are going to want to sign up for veteran minimum deals to join in. And so, in essence, if you get LeBron, you become a much more desirable location for cheap talent, essentially, and cheap veteran talent that you'd want to add to the mix compared to if LeBron goes elsewhere. As far as some of the other teams, I mean, look, two of the teams that are reportedly interested in LeBron, and why wouldn't they be, are two teams that he's left before, as you noted, in Miami and in Cleveland. But, I mean, Miami has shown they can build a roster out once they get the big stuff done. And LeBron knows that. And, even though things maybe ended poorly with not only Cleveland on a couple of occasions, but Miami, why would you not want to get back into the LeBron James business? Like, I think that I don't think is a thing. This is all about, what does LeBron want? He controls his own narrative. He controls the demand for him, and ultimately he controls the decision, and everybody else kind of has to get in line and decide what they want to put up in an attempt to make it happen. And so who can maneuver the most to allow for LeBron to kind of write the final chapter in a way that suits him? Because honestly, it's as much about that, at least in the recruitment process, as it is about everything that we think about from the Warriors' point of view, which is, the end of Stephen Curry's career and trying to compete for one more title and all of that. Now, do the Warriors have the best or worst situation? Honestly, I think they have a pretty great situation by comparison to these other teams, but LeBron, as we've seen in the past, will do whatever the heck LeBron James wants to do. Yeah. And look, as much as I think the Warriors should be all in as they are for getting LeBron James and attempting to acquire him, the truth is, man, like they don't have a choice but to try to do this at this point. And if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. But they still could be getting played in this whole thing. I know when the news dropped and it was like, sure, okay, he's leaving the Lakers, and where's he going to go? Is he's joining the Warriors coming next? The last hour has basically been setting the market and setting up competition and setting up storylines to where you've got the Warriors, who may be the most desperate of this group of teams, but you also have a couple of other teams that would maybe be in that category but would also be pretty natural fits. And I would even include San Antonio in that, although I think less likely. If you're, I don't care how young the Spurs are, if you put the ball in LeBron James' hands in some of the situations that the Spurs were putting the ball in De'Aaron Fox's hands at the end of a lot of those games, the Spurs are probably NBA champions today because of that. So, yeah, maybe they could do it anyway, but I think San Antonio, LeBron would be the perfect connector for that young group of Spurs that couldn't quite get over the hump in their first attempt.
Well, we want to hear from you today. 808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Already a lot of good chats and texts coming in. If you want to get on the phone lines, just talk to Tim. He's feeling good today. Is the turtle tank any cleaner? Was that a today task? Or,
no, that's a 4th of July weekend kind of task. You can bookend it with beers and not think about the manual labor parts.
So you have to gear yourself up to be able to clean the tank by thinking about it and talking about it a week before.
I'm working myself into it.
Got it. Makes sense. 808-KNBR is your number. By the way, still giving away tickets to see Anthony Jeselnik. That's going to be at the Masonic in San Francisco Friday, November 20th. And all you got to do when I give you the cue to call before 1 o'clock, it's not right now, it'll be later, 415-896-5627 is your number to join the contest. Be lucky caller number 10, and you can win a pair of tickets every day through this week. How much better would LeBron James make the Golden State Warriors? How much are you buying into this? It's Pop It and Silver with JD, and your thoughts next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
LeBron James has informed the Lakers that he will continue to play next season, only not in purple and gold. Is this really going to happen? And how are you feeling about it, Bay Area? 808 KNBR. It's going to be the Warriors or Cavs in all likelihood. And some people out there in the bullpen are upset. So come party or come rage. Do whatever you got to do, but we'll be here until 2 o'clock.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
I got 2 words for you. Steve Nash and Chris Paul. Must-see TV.
That's more than 2 words.
The 10:15 to 10:20 or whenever we get back for segment number 2. Tradition. 2 words for you. Typically Mondays. Now Tim's saying, dude, you got to make this every single day. And I do have 2 words for you in true Charles Barkley fashion. Do I just go Steph Curry and LeBron James must-see TV?
That's more than 2 words.
Yeah, eat me, Tim. Point is, this is something that could be happening, and 808 KNBR is your number. First text I want to get to today, JD. 925 says, I seriously doubt that LeBron will be coming to the Warriors. It just gives you guys something to talk about, but I guess it's better than hearing about the Giants. All right, well, number 1, we will talk to Susan Slusser, as we do every Tuesday. She'll be joining us before the end of the hour. And number 2, I'm not fully sold that it's a done deal or it's for sure going to happen, but I've been in the belief the whole time that LeBron going back to the Lakers would be the most likely outcome, the most comfortable outcome for him. He has decided it's time to move on. The Lakers posted their thank you LeBron statement, so of all the other possibilities out there, I'm actually in the belief that the Warriors probably would be listed as the favorite, in my opinion.
Well, they're the betting favorite at this point, and for whatever that means, obviously trying to drum up interest on both sides or on a bunch of different sides. But I think there's a thought that LeBron would, as we've talked about for a long time, want to come play not only with Steph and Curry after their Olympic experience and winning the gold medal in 2024, but also with longtime friend who used to be enemy in Draymond Green. And so, it's close to Los Angeles. I know there's been the jokes, which I think have not necessarily been 100% jokes of, LeBron could fly up and come to practice, and he could fly back over to L.A., get on the little PJ, come up. Oh, we got a Tuesday, Thursday home a couple of home games, and you just come up Tuesday morning and go back Thursday night, and maybe you hang out in the Bay for like 2 days or whatever it needs to be. So I think there's a proximity thing that would work for LeBron James, and I also think there's either way you're going to an imperfect team that's going to be pretty veteran laden unless you go to San Antonio, which I would put at the bottom of the list at this point. So I think the Warriors have as good a chance as any of these other teams to get in on the mix. And look, it's going to have to be up to Steph Curry and Draymond Green and Mike Dunleavy and potentially Joe Lacob to try to close the deal when they get an opportunity to talk to LeBron today and show what the Warriors have to offer. I know there's been a lot of discussion about, of course, LeBron taking less money this go around than he's ever had to before, and having it sort of be more about his personal happiness as opposed to maybe, title contention and money and different things that have been a priority in the past. I mean, that's all fun to try to shape your own narrative. And again, nobody attempts to do that more than LeBron James.
Oh, yeah.
But I think the Warriors have got as good a shot as anybody.
No question, and I'm with you on that. Anthony Slater also put out there that Warriors decision makers have been given no indication at this hour that they are the firm LeBron James landing spot. There's a belief that they'll have plenty of appeal, but appears to be some level of recruitment required. This not too much of a surprise in the sense of even if in LeBron James' head, that's the clear favorite of where he wants to end up, or maybe he's already made the decision somewhat in his mind, whether it's Warriors or elsewhere. He's going to try to get everything possible he can out of somebody else, and I would say that the Warriors are probably the most interested in LeBron James for the very reason that you laid out in opening segment, which is they are also the more desperate of any of those suitors.
No doubt. And so I think willing to look to add, and maybe it comes down to who is willing to do more of the GM type stuff. And look, the Warriors are constricted in the different things that they can do. But I think when they sit down, it's going to be interesting how much of that is the conversation, because we've tamped down you got to go get Anthony Davis to keep LeBron, to keep LeBron happy or to keep LeBron in the mix. And maybe that's not necessarily true at this stage, but maybe it becomes true. Maybe LeBron tells them, as I mentioned in the first segment, hey, if you go get AD, I'm coming. Well, guess what? If that's the difference between him coming and playing for the Golden State Warriors this next season and not, what are you going to do if you're the Golden State Warriors? You're going to look at LeBron and go, nah, we're good. We're not going to try. We're going to keep Jimmy Butler and roll with Yaxel and Brandon Podziemski and Moses Moody coming back. Like, no, you're going to go look to do exactly what LeBron wants you to do. So, or you're going to be out. And look, so as much as this may be LeBron kind of turning over a new leaf or it's being projected that way, it's still the same LeBron James that the Warriors would be looking to get, who has his views on things and has things that he wants, and maybe it's not money, but that doesn't mean that it's going to be void of any demand. I think where maybe I would disagree with some is that you got to do whatever it takes within reason to make it happen. And where I draw the line in terms of within reason would be at going and getting Anthony Davis and then paying him $275 million 6 months from the date at which you acquire him. That I would not be looking to do if I'm the Warriors. But aside from that, I'd be pretty open-minded to anything he wants, including getting Anthony Davis out of Washington.
Yeah, I mean, look, if I were to offer up two real words that weren't Steph Curry, LeBron James must-see TV, I would probably say embracing old. The Warriors have been doing just that this offseason. They're just leaning into it, and if that means that you're not only going to get LeBron, you're going to try to bring in Anthony Davis with him, okay, that's what you decided to do. They didn't even go young in the draft. Like, they tried the James Wiseman, Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody route in terms of getting someone with not a ton of experience. Podziemski is someone that, love him or hate him, he has been able to find consistent minutes, and he was a more experienced player, although actually he's still the youngest on the team, so I might have to backtrack that statement somewhat. Point being, they drafted a guy in Yaxel Lendeborg who's going to be 24 going into the season, who's older than Jonathan Kuminga still is today after 5 years in the league. And so they're embracing it. This is not a big surprise either. Some of the older players and greats in any professional sports league, they don't always want to stick around and have younger players come along and try to loop them in mentally and try to make it all work. Like, they want to play with people that they feel like are up to their speed. The Olympics was a great display of that a couple of years ago, and this doesn't mean that LeBron coming over would make them a championship-level team, but there certainly would be a level of comfort and trust and respect and just, frankly, curiosity, I think, among the players in addition to a lot of the fan base. So 808KNBR, the question I want to throw out there is just, what is your belief as to how much LeBron could even help the Warriors, particularly through a regular season? We've also got a poll up on YouTube right now for another day, and the question is just simple: LeBron or the Warriors? Option 1, the time is now. Option 2, what are the Dubs doing? And option 3, I'm afraid they're being used, as was a talking point from yesterday. We are sponsored by Redwood Credit Union, for you, for community for 75 years. Join RCU today at redwoodcu.org. Susan Slusser will join us coming up at 10:50, and then a great day to have on Sam Amick, who will come by at 12:50. Keep it right here for all your breaking news and updates. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader. All right, speaking of madness, we got to talk about this World Cup and the fact that the DraftKings Sports app is live in all 50 states. We got games going on right now. Ivory Coast and Norway scoreless in the first half. And that means you too, California, can get in on the action. It's win or go home. That's the knockout round, and we are in no shortage of drama whatsoever. The DraftKings app is now live in California, so whether you're catching the early kickoff at work or dealing with the late match at the bar, be in on every minute, every match, every moment, all in one app. Right here in California, the world's biggest stage is simply in the palm of your hand. New DraftKings customers, sign up with code TheSportsLeader, all caps, all one word. Spend $5 to get $200 in total rewards over 21 days. That's code TheSportsLeader in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click-to-claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. It ends July 19th. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo.
That's more than 2 words.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on The Sports Leader.
This just in, Oatmeal loves the move, per Tim Webb. LeBron to the Warriors. Time is now. What are the Dubs doing? Or I'm afraid they're being used. Well, a lot of people, JD, saying the time is now. 64% on our early returns with the poll that you can get on YouTube at The Sports Leader. And we've also got the phone lines. You know, yesterday was great because we had Eric and Milbray. And obviously after being off of every Dubs OT, I missed a lot of the regulars. Well, one of our favorites and a guy that I've been screening since day one on the show, Danny in Vancouver, is hanging out with us right now. Danny in Vancouver, my guy, how are we feeling about this LeBron situation?
Great. First of all, great to talk to you guys again. Thank you for the kind words. Really excited to talk about something other than the Giants, no offense. But, yeah, I'm very excited. I think it's great. Seems like it's lining up very nicely. Draymond opted out, and I'm very excited. I mean, it's a no-brainer as far as I'm concerned. It's a win now mentality, and I think they should go for it. I don't think there's a lot of other teams, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. That Ron. So, anyways, bring it on. And also, just a total aside, I guess we're vindicated. The Warriors and JD and Big Greg, too, were on the same about Kuminga. I think we're vindicated. I see Atlanta won't re-sign him, so I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. Great to speak to you guys. Have a great show. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Danny. Yeah, go
Thanks,
ahead,
Danny.
JD.
No, I'm not going to take a victory lap on that on Kuminga. I mean, there's too many other more important things potentially.
Oh, I just meant on the LeBron front.
Yeah, no, but yeah, I think we did kind of see where that ultimately shook out. No, look, it is a no-brainer. Like, is there anybody that? And I know, feelings aside about 10 years ago and LeBron beating the Warriors in 2016 and the rivalry between him and Steph and him helping to get Draymond suspended, going back to Game 4 of the NBA Finals and the incident at the end of Game 4 that led to Draymond being suspended for Game 5, and it flipped the momentum of that series, and the Warriors never got it back. They were up 3-1. They lost the series 4-3, and there's a lot of hate for LeBron. The narrative surrounding LeBron in comparison to Steph, because they've gone about their careers entirely differently. And so people who are Steph Curry fans, especially longtime Warrior fans, but even just the general, hey, Steph Curry's my favorite superstar type of fans, a lot of them are Steph Curry fans in this era where they've both been the headliners of the era, of the generation. A lot of people who choose to have Steph be their guy over LeBron do it because of the way Steph has conducted himself in terms of the drama-free environments throughout the course of his career, in the juxtaposition to LeBron, who's been all about the drama and the leaks and what do I do and the narratives and those kinds of things. None of that matters. None of that matters now. Like, they've put that behind them. They have long put it behind them, even before the 2024 Olympics. And look, I understand fans can, as I always say, can feel however they want to feel. It might be a little weird, but I think there's been enough time separation from them playing in the finals. I mean, it's been 8 years since they played against each other in the finals. I mean, that was eons ago. I mean, when you think about it in the NBA landscape, and so I don't think it's a big deal. I think it's, to be honest, I think it would be something kind of cool to see the two players of the generation play together for a year and just see what can be made of it, frankly, at the end of both of their careers. It's not to say they're going to win a championship or even be a favorite to win a championship, but it does add a hell of a lot of intrigue to the day-to-day and the night-to-night throughout the course of the league. And look, I know you're not, it's we joke about the memory-making business and all of that. I mean, the Warriors immediately become the number one storyline in the NBA again, but not only in the NBA again. They become the number one storyline. They become a top-level storyline in the country, just in professional sports in general. And I do think, at the end of this run that hasn't exactly gone great for the Warriors over the last 3 or 4 years, there is a value in getting back to the top of the mountain in terms of just attention and having your brand out there that maybe can translate to the future. Maybe not, but I do think you look at the last few years and sort of painting the Warriors in a better light for the Warriors is something that would interest them in addition to trying to finish the Steph era strong. I say all that to say, Greg, it's like they immediately become, really the number one story in the Bay again as well, every other day other than maybe the 3 hours that the Niners are playing on Sunday, Mondays, or Thursdays.
Well, what was Charles Barkley's issue with the big other network, as he would always talk about with ESPN? All they would talk about would be the Lakers and the Warriors. That was the two teams of Steph and LeBron. You imagine they team up into one team? I mean, gosh, talk about not just the biggest story in the Bay Area, but by far and away the most talked about team in the NBA every single day, whether it's going good or bad. I mean, they could be a 37-win team as they were this year. They could have a lot of guys injured. They would still be talked about a bunch, or they could raise their ceiling. They could get into a playoff series. And gosh, I mean, could you imagine the attention on a playoff series, even if it was a 1-8, say San Antonio or OKC versus a Golden State team going against all those guys trying to go for one last gasp. I mean, you can't tell me that would not be one of the most intriguing things to watch.
It absolutely would be. I don't think there's any doubt about it. And look, I think, a year like that can be draining, I think, at times for older players. But I also think a year like that can be invigorating. And I think that's the part that I'm really fascinated as LeBron meets with the Warriors and they talk through things. Is, LeBron going to be invigorated to maybe want to stick it to the Lakers a little bit? Is Steph and Draymond, are they going to be reinvigorated at the prospect of having LeBron in the fold here? Do the Warriors believe that maybe they've got a more balanced roster between young and old, although still very much an older roster, but with Yaxel Lindeborg coming in and Brandon Pajemski, and the like. So I think there's a lot of intrigue that would be surrounding this team on a day in, day out basis. But I also think could you imagine, let's just say Anthony Davis isn't going to be part of this, right? Let's say as things stand right now, Anthony Davis is not part of it. Can you imagine the Warriors starting the season and it's Steph and it's LeBron and it's Draymond, obviously, and others. They're keeping Horford, they're keeping Porzingis and all of this, which is a big question. Could they be able to keep them? And now you've got Jimmy freaking Butler just waiting in the wings to come back off the ACL in January or in February, or the potential to move Jimmy Butler maybe at the trade deadline for a player that you could bring back in for one final run, like that optionality in play there. It would be absolutely incredible to think you have that level of talent, albeit old, albeit fragile, because you are running the risk that if there are injuries, there's major trouble. But then to have either a Jimmy Butler coming back or to have Jimmy Butler as a possible trade chip, I mean, they would be a discussion point every single freaking day.
Jimmy freaking Butler!
Thank you, Kevin Harlan. Thank you, Tim Webb. Susan Slusser will join us coming up in just a moment. We've got the poll still up. LeBron to the Warriors. We know he's not coming back to the Lakers, and they posted their thank you LeBron statement. We got three options for you. The time is now 61%. What are the Dubs doing? 18%. And I'm afraid the Warriors are being used 21%. We can continue all these discussions. A lot of good texts, particularly from the 831. How do you feel about if LeBron were to come here, and how much better do you think he could make this team, particularly as it relates to the regular season? Susan Slusser wrote all about the loss in Arizona last night. Man, they cannot beat the Arizona Diamondbacks, and fundamental errors continue to get in the way of the San Francisco Giants. She'll join us next, and then we'll continue with a lot of sound, a lot of calls, and a lot of your texts on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Greg Silver, John Dickinson, good to be with you. And every Tuesday, we talk to Susan Slusser of the San Francisco Chronicle. We've had a lot of tough conversations about the Giants, and when it comes to them playing the Arizona Diamondbacks, well, they still have yet to get a win. 0-7 after last night's loss. They made it a game late, but they ultimately fall short. And she joins us on the UMA guest line. Susan, good to talk to you as always. How's it going?
Great. How are you guys?
Yeah, we're doing well. And it's been a lot of buzz about NBA free agency and now this LeBron James madness. But in a crazy time and a crazy evening of sports yesterday, we also had a baseball game in there. And tough all around. Tyler Mahle pitched well in that first start off the IL. But kind of the story of his season is that he's not really able to get away without the big blow-up inning. And the interesting thing about Mahle, as you and many other reporters noted, was that he was on a pitch limit, and he also wasn't aware of that. So were you surprised to learn that he wasn't aware of the pitch limit? And when it's a veteran like that, typically, is there a conversation that's supposed to happen in between innings with the pitching coach? Does he know beforehand? I mean, I know communication breakdown has been one of the themes of the Giants as of late, but that certainly threw me for a loop, as I'm sure it did a lot of you as well.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that this falls in that category. As Mahle kind of walked it back pretty quickly and said, like, I should have known that. He should have known that. When a pitcher comes off the IL, they're given a schedule. And I mean, this is universal of your first time out, it's this many pitches. Your second time out, it's that many pitches. And it's always going up by 15 pitches. The thing that really surprised me is Mahle not knowing how many pitches he was at going into the fifth inning. That's really extraordinary, and that's definitely on him. You know, I guess maybe a pitching coach could give him a heads up, but you shouldn't have to. I knew. I mean, I think a lot of fans knew. Certainly broadcasters know, like, I'm basically during the game, I'm only paying half attention to the game. I'm writing, I'm looking things up online. You know, there's all sorts of stuff going on for us. He's pitching the game. He should know. So to me, this one is on Mahle. I'm going to be interested to see what Tony Vitello says, because we talked to Tony before Malle's comments, and he had said pretty specifically to us before we talked to Mahle. He was on a pitch count of 85, as if that was very much a known thing. And anybody that looked at his last start and the pitch count and saw 70 would have probably figured out the same exact thing. So I know that there's this kind of theme out there that there's communication issues. I really don't think that this is one, much as people might make it into one.
Okay, this situation in particular aside, do you get the impression, Susan, that there have been some legitimate communication issues? Are there examples of that I'm missing on the surface? I go back to maybe Landon Roop in Milwaukee with where he was out there and we come to find out later he was injured. Are there other things that have popped up, I guess, on the communication issue front that you've heard?
Yeah, you know what? That's so common. Pitchers just not saying anything. So I'm not sure I put that, but yeah, there definitely have been. I think early in the season there were some communication issues with relievers. I think some of it we saw, like who's coming into the game now, and a little bit of, confusion at the very least. And yeah, I think there's probably been, there have been probably a time or two where maybe necessarily there were some lineup things that weren't necessarily communicated. Some of it maybe not quite normal, but new staff